hate my life, I hate my life, I hate my life, I hate my life. Not just because I'm playing this, because it did it again. The whole, oh hey, I can't use my my scene change because it's not taking it as a game, it's taking it as a window, and I'm just like, I did the same as last time and it's doing this. So excuse me that I have to do that. I don't even know why OBS is doing that, but it does it every other time. And I'm just like, why would you do that to me? Sorry, I need water. Just the idea of playing this dehydrates me. Okay, where was the last one with... This one? Oh wait, I think it's this autosave, right? Yeah, it's right the autosave. Okay, let's use the autosave. Let me just check the guide for a second. Okay, we got the first button. Okay. Let's just advance these as fast as possible. I don't want to be here necessarily. But you know, well, I was wrong playing this game, so you're right. You may choose after erasing all the wrong possibilities. Decisive clue. To hide the truth, sell to his own life. Yeah, no, obviously, like any person with like common sense can see that, Han. Bits of sweat ooze out of his clenched fist. Ew. You don't raise his head and look them in the eye.
할 말이 있어요.
Right when the building is collapsing, yeah, okay. Everyone started doing with bewildered looks on their faces.
세일이 역시 자살이 아니에요.
Duh.
뭔가 생각났어?
The fact that we're discussing this when the ceiling is falling on our asses is, I don't know.
너 대체 몇 절까지 할래?
No. Well, I want to, but until I finish the game, I can't stop, honey.
도윤아, 이제 구조대가 와. 그러니까
Because I'm going to ruin your life, hon.
몇 번을 따져도 똑같지. 하나씩 짚어줘?
No, I can't do it.
상황을 쭉 떠올려봐.
Girl, you could let me like explain my point and not have to repeat yours. Okay, fine.
우린 분장실 문 앞에 모여 있었어.
Okay, why did they never use this shit? You're telling me they had like this entire thing with the little like pixelated faces, and they never made use of it until now? Did they just like didn't have enough budget to actually make an interesting game? Because like this is, you know what, this is just Danganronpa. This is just like Danganronpa 1 did something like this too. Like what the fuck, my dude? Wait, was it Danganronpa? Yeah, it was Danganronpa 1 actually. I don't know if it, I don't remember if it was, if they did it in 2 and 3, but like in the map you could see like the little pixelated bullshit.
우리가 걔한테 문 열라고 했지.
Like the little characters pixelated. They even used in the ending for the first Danganronpa anime.
그랬더니 얘기할 거 없다고 했어. 그때 진동이 한 번 크게 왔고 멈췄을 땐 분장실에서 아무 대답이 없었어.
Yeah, almost like you had that window of time to kill him.
저지른 건 분명히 이때였을 거고. 억지로 들어가서 불 켜고 봤을 땐 다 끝난 다음이었잖아. 생각해봐. 자기가 하는 방법밖엔 없다고.
No. We're still stuck here and it's terrible. Hello.
그 사이엔 아무 틈도 없었어.
Can you believe that they had like a map set up with like little pixelated faces of them, and this is the first time in the entire game that they use them? Like, they had perfectly good pixel assets that they never reuse, and I'm just like, why? And they even look Danganronpa-ish. And I'm just wondering, like, did the people in this production like ended up without budget when they were trying to do something more interesting, and they just like went for the visual novel thing? Like, were they trying to just repeat Danganronpa and then just failed in the process? Did they not understand what was that makes Danganronpa actually interesting? Was that what happened?
혹시 제 3자가 한 것 같다는 말이야?
You're so fucking stupid.
분장실에 닌자라도 나왔다고?
You too.
이나야, 진정해. 도윤아, 세일이랑 얘기할 때 우린 복도에 있었어.
No, we weren't.
인정하기 힘들어도 자살은 확실한 사실이야.
No, it wasn't. Han, I know it was you, okay? I know it was you. Huge reputation pain, Duyun. Duyun shook his head.
방법은 있었어. 이미 살해당한 세일이의 목소리를 들을 방법.
너 제정신이야? 대체 뭘 보고 갑자기 그러는 건데?
스마트워치야. 우리가 전부 갖고 있는 거.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be like recording the entire time, Han.
그걸로 원하는 타이밍에 목소리를 들려준 거였어.
You know what? That makes perfect sense.
지금 무슨 얘기를 하는 거야?
I mean, arguably, I think that you're capable of like come out, kill a guy, hang it, and you know, move on with your life. But like in a very short amount of time, if you're strong enough. But I guess we had to be more complex about it.
스마트워치? 정말 이 안에 범인이 있단 말이야?
잠깐. 문제는 방법이야. 세일은 우리가 말을 걸었을 때 분명히 대답했어. 스마트워치로 어떻게 세일이 목소리를 들려준다는 거야?
Yeah, also, how could you not recognize that it was coming from a smartwatch? Like, it's a smartwatch. I don't think the head, like, the speakers for that shit are particularly large.
대답할 수 있어. 스마트워치로 정확한 타이밍에 소리를 들려줄 방법.
Like, my issue is not that this is a thing. I think my issue is that it would not sound okay. Like, you would realize that it doesn't sound like the voice of a person coming out of a door. Like,
녹음 기능이야. 그걸로 소리를 워치에 저장할 수 있었어. 그걸 벨소리로 지정할 수 있다고. 내가 분장실에서 이나의 벨소리를 들은 것처럼. 아깐 뭐라고 한 거야? 세일이 옮길 때 뭐라고 했잖아.
아, 그건 내 전화야.
문 너머에선 녹음된 소리인지 목소리인지 구분이 힘들었던 거야.
그럼 타이밍을 맞춘 방법은?
전화예요. 스마트워치에 전화를 걸어 벨소리를 들려준 거라고요. 전제부터 틀렸던 거야. 복도에 모여 목소리를 들었을 때
See? They only use it for this scene. This shit. Twice and only for this scene. Just for this thing. And I'm just like, really? Really? Like, this is actually very used. Like, you could do something with this. Why is this game bad? Why is this game bad? Like, you could have just made a Danganronpa clone and it would have been fine, Han.
우린 당연히 세일이가 살아있다고 생각했어. 실제로는 그렇지 않았던 거야. 세일이는 이미 죽은 다음이었고 우리가 들은 건 녹음된 목소리, 워치 벨소리였어.
Okay, but that doesn't explain why you were so dumb as to think that something that comes from a watch, from a smartwatch, which is very tiny, would have the same, like, loudness, cadence, general, like, echoing effect in a space that, like, a normal human voice behind a door. Like, that's my issue right now. Like, how do you confuse a recording from a small little fucking speaker against the human voice of a person screaming from behind a door that is supposed to be in front of you? Like, I don't know, and especially when it's explicitly mentioned that the walls are thin. Like, it's mentioned that the walls are not particularly strong because the construction was shit on this place. So that's a giant plot hole. Like, how did they not notice that the voice was different? Because it would be. And just, I need weed. I need coffee too, but it's too early for me to take my coffee. If I take it too early, I get worse.
그러니까 이건 불가능한 사건이 아니야.
Yeah, you people have no hearing ability, even though you're all musicians. Well, you all work in the music industry, technically.
시간을 속여서 불가능해 보이게 만든 것뿐이었다고.
Yun raised her head hastily.
잠깐, 도윤아.
Yeah,
네 말대로 하려면 워치가 2개 필요해.
yeah.
맞아. 목소리는 분명히 분장실 안에서 들렸어.
Okay, but like, does Young's watch? Like, I think that this idea is dumb. Like, I would believe it more than you can kill a person in like 5 minutes and hang them, you know? I find that more feasible. But if it is about like having 2 watches, the attacker has 1 watch, there's Hasion's watch, just take it off of his dead body and that's it. Not that difficult.
전화를 거는 워치랑 벨소리를 울릴 워치 2개라고.
Yeah, and Hasion has 1. Problem solved. Like, this is a non-issue game.
워치 2개를 쓰려면 여럿이 짜지 않고선 안 돼. 워치를 분실한 사람도 없어. 생각이 지나친 걸지도 몰라.
Hyuk, I know it was you. I don't fucking give a shit. Can you stop trying to defend yourself and just accept that you killed someone? It's fine. I forgive you. Being a murderous sociopath is the only thing that makes you likable at this point. They were right. Yeah, because they're stupid and didn't think. This theory would require 2 smartwatches.
가능해. 우리 다 워치를 차고 있었어도 가능해. 세일이의 사망 시각을 조작하는 데 쓴 워치는 혜성이가 가진 워치였어.
Yeah, almost like there's a dead person here with a watch. Like, guys, why is this even a question? Like, can I point out that this is a dumb question to ask? Like, yeah, okay, there's only 4 of us alive, and only 5 of us, when the 6 of us were still alive, had watches. And you need 2 watches, and there's a dead person. Gee, I wonder whose watch you could use. If you had to commit a crime and use the watches and you needed 2 people to do it, but you didn't have an accomplice. God, I wonder what you could do. It's not like the watches are like stuck to your body. Like, this is not a Zero Timescape where like you literally cannot take the watch off. They're sponsor watch, not dead game watches. God.
그럼 우리가 다 워치를 차고 있어도 가능해. 시신의 워치를 풀어서 분장실에 두면 된다고.
성이 맞아. 거기도 워치가 있었지.
Okay, but how the fuck did you forget?
그럼 한 사람만으로도 배를 울리는 게 가능하다고?
You know what pisses me off the most about this is that Hyuk is trying to act like he's innocent, even though I know that he's not innocent. When, again, I'm going to point this out because it still annoys me. Like, the very first run of the game, which forces you into a button, explicitly tells you to your face that Hyuk is the person who killed them. Like, the first run of the game, Hyuk literally says that this is his fault, implying that at least the very first murder in the game, the very first death rather, with whatever her name was, the producer, because now I forgot, Seong-young. Like, that Seong-young's death is his fault. So it's easy to, you know, do the connection of like, oh, if Seong-young's death is his fault, then Hye-seong's death is probably his fault as well, because whatever Seong-young might have known, he probably knows as well. So it would make sense to kill him, because it's very obvious that those 2 were having an affair, because the game is not even subtle about it. Like, if the game was slightly subtle about the fact that Hye-seong and Seong-young were fucking, then maybe I could believe it was someone else. But it's not. It's not subtle. So by the time you get to the actual A route, and you have to deal with this situation, it's like, Hyuk killed 2 people that we know of, and is the only person who I believe has the reason to kill Sel in the first place. So, well, aside for Ina, but Ina doesn't have any opportunity to do it at any point. So, the fact that he doesn't even have the shame to at least, I don't know, be like, okay, but like, act like a villain, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have the shame to be like, ah, okay, maybe you're right, but how do you prove that, Conan? I mean, like, come on. Like, at least give me some... You're never gonna be Zero Escape, okay? You're never gonna be Zero, but the least you could do is try to taunt me about it. Try to, like, I don't know, put on some work. I know you're not a villain by choice, but still. You kill 3 people and you cannot, like, I don't know, goad me about it a little bit?
남의 워치 프로다 벨소리 설정 다 바꾸고 썼다는 거야?
I guess that's why I like Zero Escape and Danganronpa. Like, at least the villains in those games are fun. Like, they're there to goad you, they're there to challenge you, and they're a bunch of pieces of shit. Sometimes justified, sometimes less justified. But like, at least they're fun, they're entertaining, they're dicks more often than not. Like Delta's complex motives at least are silly enough. Like, yeah, your complex motive is that you have a mommy issue. Like, come on, dude. But at least it's more interesting. Actually, Delta is a bad example because Hyuk also has mommy issues, but whatever.
자기 것도 아닌데 어떻게 그래?
그건 쉬운 일이야. 왜냐하면 워치 비번은 하나뿐이니까.
Yeah, it's almost like the whole security shit was bad.
워치만 확보하면 설정은 누구나 바꿀 수 있어.
누구나라는 건 우리 전원이 용의자란 뜻이야?
No, Hyuk. I'm suggesting that you're the murderer because I know you are. Because this game is not good enough at its writing to make me believe any other thing. The joke ending was more interesting just because it was stupid. For the record, the joke ending was more entertaining than this shit just because it was so stupid that it was like infuriating. This is infuriating because it's stupid, which is not the same thing.
그런 건 말도 안 돼.
I guess it's kind of the same thing, but it's a different kind of infuriation. Like, the other thing is like, no, this is not funny. This is stop being funny in like 2020. Like, it's a bad ending because it's supposed to be a joke ending and it's not funny. Like, it's not a good use of a Conan reference. It's very dated by, you know, 2024 standards. This is infuriating because it's just dumb. It's just stupid. It's like, I feel like the game is not taking me seriously. Like, you know when you're playing like a mystery game and you're like, I wonder what happened here, and the game just doesn't tell you and you have to figure it out by yourself, and maybe the game is a little confusing on how the shit happens, and you're like you feel nice about solving the mystery at the end or having the game tell you because you didn't get what the fuck was going on. Like, you know when you play a game like that? This is like the opposite of that, where like the game outright tells you and then it expects you to just follow along and play when the story already told you what happened. And you're just kind of like, okay, but you already told me what happened. Can I not just bypass all of this bullshit and just accuse the person who did the thing? It's like replaying Phoenix Wright, knowing who the killer is, and you're just like, I need to pass through the dialogue and shit just to get to the part where I can accuse a person. Except Phoenix Wright is funny. I guess that's the main difference. It's actually funny.
너 왜 끝에 다 와서 이래?
Actually, I think there's a game that lets you do that. I don't remember which one. Where like, it's also a game with a looping mechanic, which by the end, if you know who did the crime, you can go back at the very, very beginning and just accuse that person at the very beginning, and you just solve like 25 different other issues by doing that. And that's supposedly the best ending of the game. It's something like that. What game was it? I don't remember.
잠깐,
Like, I have the vague memory of a game like that.
네 말대로 해도 막히는 곳이 있어.
What is it this fucking time?
세일의 목소리를 언제 녹음한다는 거야? 또 어떻게 분장실로 들어가 살인을 저지른다는 거야? 타이밍도 들어갈 방법도 설명이 안 되잖아.
His head began to thump. It was just that he had to speak the truth that nobody wanted to hear.
처음 세일이를 뒤쫓아 분장실 앞에 갔을 때 분명히 세일이는 살아있었어요.
그래, 넷이서 함께 움직였고 제대로 이야기도 했어.
저랑 누나가 무대에 다녀온 다음에 들은 세일이의 목소리가 녹음된 벨소리였다면
Okay, but again, how do you not recognize if it was recorded or not? Like, a voice that you hear normally and a voice that, you know, comes from out of a speaker, it sounds very different. Just saying.
타이밍은 한 번뿐이에요.
너
저랑 누나가 무대로 갔을 때 이나 그리고 규혁이 형이 남아 있었던 때 아무리 생각해도 타이밍은 그때뿐이에요.
Yeah, it's almost like there's only one person who could have done it and only one person who seems to have a motive to do it. Would you look at that?
네가 하고 싶은 말 결국 그거였어?
Ina, what the fuck are you looking at me like that? I didn't accuse you, I'm accusing the other guy.
둘 중 하나가 살인자라고?
Ina, for the love of God, the door where you went to was closed. Ina, do I have to remind you that the door that you were looking at in the staff corridor has been closed this entire time? Ina, you remember that, right? I cannot be accusing you because you literally couldn't do it. God give me strength. No. The two of them didn't collaborate with each other, and the murder is only one person. Yeah, exactly.
도윤아,
Hi, bitch.
잠깐. 네 말 맞다 쳐도 어떻게 분장실에 들어가냐?
Through the door, like a normal person.
문 잠그고 다 꺼지라는데 무슨 재주로 들어가?
The master key, you idiot.
세일이가 도망쳤던 이유. 그걸 이용해서 스스로 문을 열게 했을 거야.
네가 생각하는 이유. 그게 뭐?
Look, I might have clicked that a little too fast. Leon slowly opened his mouth after a brief silence.
세일이가 도망친 이유. 그건
Okay, let's see. So I need to choose one of. Okay. Okay, wait, let me check something. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is the next button. So let's get over with it.
제멋대로 배신감과 당혹감을 느꼈기 때문이야. 그걸 용서하거나 무마해줄 수 있는 사람한테 문을 열어줬겠지. 그때 그 상황에서 그렇게 해줄 수 있는 사람은
Yeah, I need to get the button. Shut up.
이나 너야.
Sorry for accusing you, Ina. It's like you're an idiot and I don't like you. But you know, be chill.
도윤아, 그건 아니야.
But it's funny to get a button. Innocent and pale.
너 어떻게 나한테 그러냐?
Oh, don't worry. This is just for the button. We'll get back and everything will be just fine.
내가 장세일 꼬드겨서 목 졸라 죽였다고?
I mean, it would have been funny if you did. It would have been an interesting turn of events, even. But no, I know you didn't do it.
매달아 놓고 자살한 거라고 우겼다고?
Again, funny if you had.
내가 살인자라고? 내가 범죄자라고?
Life drained out of her eyes.
아니라면 아닌 이유를 말해봐.
Ina slowly moved back without giving an answer.
이나야, 그쪽은 위험해.
Are you gonna kill yourself?
도윤아, 이제 그만해!
Ina raised her head and looked at Duyut from the other side. Her eyes were full of hate and disappointment. Is she gonna kill me?
너, 나 알아?
I don't know.
나에 대해서 내가 어떤 생각인지 얼마나 알아?
Well, you did tell me about your life, girl, but
알면서 그런 거라도 몰라서 그런 거여도 용서 못해.
Okay, cool.
너는!
Oh, you're gonna kill me? The entire place began to shake. Pieces of debris began to fall down to the area around Ina.
오이나!
이쪽으로 와!
The wreckage devoured her. Okay, cool. She's just gonna... Yeah, she's just gonna die like that. Okay, cool. Her shriek rose to the roaring sound of the tremor.
잠깐, 이게 아니야. 이런 건...
도윤아, 이거 옮겨보면...
Dude, he's mega dead. The three of them trying to lift it up. The debris didn't budge at all. They lost track of time.
머리 조심해!
도윤아, 왜 그런 거야? 왜?
I didn't do anything. She's the one who stood there. You uncover her face with her bloody hands.
위에서 빛이 들어와.
As you could scream, the ceiling came down.
물러서세요! 건물 파편이 떨어집니다!
Jung screamed towards the sky. Leon lowered his head. The watches flicker with a torrent of incoming messages and replies. Somewhere deep inside his head, a voice spoke to him. Actually, this was the end he desired. The truth is he wanted to create scapegoats and bury them here forever. He tried to attribute the cause of all this insanity to someone else's twisted mind. He wanted to remove his reputation as a betrayer by exposing others' past.
아니야. 아니야.
Okay, Han, just kill yourself. It's gonna be faster with this shit. He turned his back on others again. He's still the same betrayer as before. This will never end.
여기 사람이 묻혔어요! 빨리 제발 좀 구해주세요!
He embraced the debris and cried. One month later. Leon stood by the long corridor. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. My honest reaction to that. You watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident. For its stars, the survival relationship was to be continued for some god-awful reason. The stage collapse, casualties, suicide, disciplinary actions against the official and investigation. The unprecedented bedlam put the program at the center of national attention. Still suicide. The police found the reason from the sense of oppression he felt after his crime had been disclosed. The unfortunate story of Seong Young-shin was presented as a tragedy of a genius producer. Again, he's not even genius, he's just kind of a bitch. WBS didn't miss this golden opportunity. WBS declared the continuation of the show. To keep the dream alive for the deceased contestants, the reviewers responded ardently.
이 정도면 잘 처리된 거지? 다 용의자 취급당하고 싶어?
I want to, bitch.
이쯤에서 정리해. 어렵지 않잖아.
I hate media stuff. Not all of the media stuff, but most of it. Leon decided not to join the show. He could no longer participate in the show. More importantly, he didn't want to. The protection measure and interrogation also ended by that time. He couldn't get in touch with Plughole anymore, who had been sending various messages until the rescue team came. Don't worry, you'll meet him in the true end. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help, which makes no sense because his legs weren't hurt in this particular ending. After recovery, Yu Young sued the CEO of her former agency and the entrepreneur who had tried to solicit her. The ex-members of Beloved began to voice their own opinions regarding the matter. Although some were not favorable to her, most people supported her brave decision. However, there was a rumor that most agencies were hesitant to sign her. They were trying to ditch this whistleblower. But Yu Young didn't give up. He decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars, which was scheduled to resume soon. The crowd applauded her unyielding spirit that still shone through the tragic accident and the collusion of many agencies.
그게 네 선택이라면 어쩔 수 없지. 그래도 괜찮아?
네. 오디션에는 이제 안 가요. 그리고 솔직히 영희 누나랑 붙어서 이기고 올라갈 자신도 없거든요.
한도윤 다 나았네. 상황 파악도 잘 되고.
사이즈 나왔죠. 누나 같은 용기 저한테는 없으니까요.
I can't believe we're just gonna have to repeat this shit.
마지막에 이나 그렇게 된 거 제 탓이잖아요.
Oh, come on.
제가 하는 생각, 판단 믿기가 어려워요, 이젠.
함께였다면 얼마나 좋았을까. 더 많은 얘기를 나누고 싶었어.
Gay.
이나랑은.
The two of them fell silent for a moment. The man had seen the others who couldn't make it out of there were still vivid in his mind.
그치만 그때 일은 너 혼자만의 탓이 아니야.
Young stared at Duyun for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Duyun choked up when their eyes met. He should thank her.
도윤아, 고맙단 말을 해야겠어. 같이 거길 빠져나오면서 날 괴롭혔던 것들과 싸울 마음이 생겼거든.
That is such a weird way to say what you're supposed to. Like, I get the sentiment, but that's a weird way to say it. You thank him. You should thank her.
간지럽게 왜 그러세요? 붕대하는 글지도 못하거든요.
젓가락 같은 걸로 어떻게 안 돼?
To scratch? Girl.
그럼 밥은 뭘로 먹어요?
Young smiled and lowered her eyes.
우리 다시 볼 수 있지?
저 아무데도 안 가요. 아니지. 아직 아무데도 못 가요.
She picked up her bag that was sitting next to the bed. Young turned around at the door.
투표 해줄 거지?
병원 사람들 것까지 다 밀어줄 테니까 걱정일랑 마세요. 자, 누나. 얼른 가서 다 제껴버려요.
She smiled and walked out the door. Young prayed for Young to achieve her dreams. The rescue team found Ina in the rubble of the collapsed stage. Young couldn't shake off the memory of him pointing a finger at her. If he hadn't forced her so much, she'd still be alive. The mourning for her death subsided over time. This daring character with the veil background, she ended up dying tragically in the act. God damn it! This sneeze just in the middle of narration too. Someone asked him, what kind of person was she? Young couldn't say anything. He had talked with her a lot throughout the audition, but he pointed at her as the attacker and made her die until the cold wreckage. So he was not qualified to pleasantly talk about her anymore. Since no was released to the media to steer of the community, the background check, exploitation, and the staff member who was harassed but mesmerized at the same time. It was an article about a publishing company contacting the family of the deceased. The company wanted to publish a book based on their story and the notebook in particular. The publication of the book was making steady progress while feeding people's criticism and curiosity. One day, Dooyeon recollected a moment he had with Sel.
저기 제가 설 수 있을 거라고 생각한 때도 있었는데.
Sel had blurted out while watching a stage rehearsal. Dooyeon, standing right next to him, turned to see him.
그래? 베스타 해보면 어때? 아님 다른 방법으로라도.
Sel answered while staring at the stage.
알 때도 됐으니까요. 저기 서는 사람, 보는 사람 따로 있다는 거.
Dooyeon fell silent after hearing his self-critical remark. Could he have said something else back then? Dooyeon sometimes thought about what kind of response would have been better at the time. Still, it wouldn't be possible for him to undo what he had done or what had happened to him. Everything had already happened. Worrying and speculating were for the living. The song Haeseon had performed during the final stopped the music charts for a while. The practice day he recorded on his smartwatch was also scheduled to be released after processing.
학폭가해자의 노래가 차트 상위권을 차지하는 세태에 비판의 목소리가 커지고 있습니다.
His scandal with Seungyeon didn't have any further impact now that both of them were gone. Even Sel's notebook didn't stop people from paying their tribute to the young talent. There was some criticism that the deceased were being exploited for profit. Now that the controversy was at its peak, Haeseon was the center of attention. The sad thing was that he was not in this world anymore.
이런 끝을 바라진 않았을 거 아니야.
I'm sure he wanted to enjoy the attention. Yoon sometimes thought about Haeseon. He behaved for his own pleasure, threatened the others in rage, expressed anger and fear. One minute he was a sweet guy, then suddenly he got all mad. Which was his true side? Yoon shook his head. He knew it was hard to define a person's personality with a few words. Would he be able to get to know him more if he was alive? Well, you did it in one route and shit went bad anyway. Everyone thought they knew Haeseon, but he died leaving behind the mystery of who he really was. Hugh decided to join the 5th season of Berry Stars for Songoda for a reason. The news kicked up the dust again. An agency even offered him a record deal. But he rejected all offers, saying he wasn't fully prepared to make his debut yet. It didn't make any difference since he was already a mainstream star.
또 심각한 얼굴이네. 무슨 생각을 그렇게 해?
그냥 뭐 이것저것. 형은 아직 여유가 좀 있나 봐. 맨날 문병 오는 거 보면.
Okay.
여유 있긴. 너 보러 시간을 빼는 거지. 오늘은 좀 어때?
Yoon touched the windowsill with his hand.
계속 생각나. 이나.
See what I mean? What I said last time about like the Dutch angle? Like he gets Dutch angle and everybody else gets like the stray sprite.
내가 쓸데없는 짓만 안 했으면 같이 나올 수 있었을 거야. 내가 괜한 소리 내서.
He also lowered his head and fell silent for a moment.
지금은 너만 생각해.
Like, this is so jarring with all of the other conversations. Like, every other conversation is a straight, completely normal sprite. Just right on your face. Everybody's like that. He's the only one who's different. It's so jarring that it makes it obvious that you're supposed to be like, huh, this guy is weird. He's being weird. As if the game hasn't been telling you, hi, this is the murderer person. This is the person who did the murder, hi. I murder person here. Person who murder people. Like, this game is not good. This game is not good. This game is not even good. This is not good. Great music though. The soundtrack is great. Just if you just ask you patted him on the shoulder.
미안. 아니야. 내가 아직 다 낫질 않아서.
Gay.
얼마가 걸리든 푹 쉬어. 다 나을 때까지. 복잡한 머리도 풀릴 때까지. 내가 있잖아.
Gay. Dion raised his head to listen to Hyuk. He was staring at Dion with an affectionate eye. Gay.
너, 나, 우리 두 사람은 살아남았어. 힘들면 기대해. 내가 언제든지 곁에 있을 테니까.
Gay.
도윤이 네가 구해준 덕분에 난 여기에 있어.
Gay.
언제까지라도 널 배신하지 않을 거야.
Gay, homosexual, gay. Dion's eyes blurred and tears rolled down his cheeks. The faces of the departed friends glimmer under his eyes.
괜찮아.
He patted Dion on the shoulder again, like an idiot, like he didn't just apologize for doing that like 2 seconds ago.
서로 의지하면서 살아가자.
Gay. Dion lowered his head and grabbed Hyuk's arm. Gay. The sound of the rattling window hit the walls of the hospital room.
도윤아, 딛고 일어서.
No.
내가 곁에 있을 거야.
Gay. His kind voice seemed so distant. Sunny and Shane, their chief perseverers of season 4. Her brother tried to receive the insurance money and compensation. But their strange parents appear to claim it too. Their parents had gotten divorced long ago. The remaining family members quarreled with one another over the inheritance. Amidst all the conflicts, it was newly revealed that Seungyeon had been abused and neglected for a long time since she was little. The media predicted a long and messy legal war among the family members. Then they poured gossip about the tragic family history of the genius producer who died at an early age, and whose, I guess, tragic backstory justified all of the crimes she committed. Seungyeon used to cook up other people's stories as she pleased to achieve her career success. What would she think of all the gossip about her now? Well, she probably would be salty. Dion was often curious about that. Dion tried to gather his scattered memories but quickly gave up. Dion slowly opened his eyes. The sunshine poured in through the window. Mayanda's reaction to that. Those who died, those who were murdered, and those who weren't caught. The light seemed to sway gently before his eyes. It stung, it hurt, it felt like he might cry. Criticism against Doyoon did not know when to stop. After a month, the criticism was narrowed down to one issue. It was why he didn't stop the others from leaving the safe area. Whether he failed or refused to stop them was not important. I would have saved them. He was aware of the danger but did nothing about it. It was because of the ranking. Wait, maybe that was supposed to be it. All kinds of criticism slashed at Doyoon.
계속 배신자인 거야. 나는.
Now Doyoon was getting confused about whether he failed or refused to stop them from leaving. He made that choice actually hoping for someone to die. He closed his eyes and the light was seen no more. It didn't hurt if you didn't look. Dion put his hand on the windowsill and lowered his head. He no longer felt the incongruity that he had been feeling up to this point of his rescue. I'm not dealing with this shit again. The end. Another button. Normal N. Isolated bond. Review relationship with Yu Young. I have 100% relationship. That's a bad hint, game. Like, that's literally a bad hint. Well, at least it left me a little bit further.
혜성이를 죽였을지도 모르는 사람을 두려워해서야.
Uh-huh.
의심이 가는 사람한테는 절대 문을 안 열어줬겠지. 반대로 그 시점 그 상황에서 알리바이가 가장 확고했던 사람은 규혁이 형이야.
Yeah, it's almost like the game has been telling you this the entire time. It's not being subtle about it, and it continues to not be subtle about it every single goddamn time that we have to talk to this asshole. No offense, honey. Again, the murder is the only thing interesting about you. Are you gonna confess at least?
도윤아, 너
Look, I'm right. Shut up.
혜성이 때 알리바이가 가장 확실했던 건 형과 나 둘이었어. 살아있을 때 만나고 온 증거가 확실했으니까.
Yeah, but there's no way to believe that he even met him in the first place.
그래서 문을 열어준 거야. 나랑 영희 누나를 무대로 보냈지. 마스터키라는 명목으로. 이나는 뒷문을 보라면서 스텝복도로 보냈고.
Yeah.
그때였어. 형. 그때뿐이야.
Are you gonna confess at the very least? Are you gonna make it easy for me, please?
너 지금 누굴 의심하는 거야?
What do you mean this time? That time didn't happen. It's not like we're actually time looping, because even though it's technically like a thing in the game never actually like does anything with it. So what the fuck are you talking about?
도윤아, 그건 아닌 것 같아.
No, I'm not. The game has very clearly told me the entire time that it's Hyuk.
기억이 아니라 다른 누구도 사람을 죽일 이유가 없어.
Okay, but that's where you're wrong. You, who was blankly staring at Duyun, finally opened his mouth.
도윤아,
Yes?
형. 확인할 게 있어. 혜성이를 옮겨왔지. 워치. 괜찮았어? 지금 확인해 볼 수 있어?
워치. 그건
Uh-huh.
옮기면서 깨져서 고장나 버렸어.
Hyuk, on. Don't fuck with me, okay? The sweat in the palms of Duyun's hand turned cold. When Hyuk decided to separate everyone at the corridor, he already had a plan to murder Cell. Young's broken watch must have been part of his plan, too. It was clear that he wanted to provide himself with an alibi by destroying the evidence.
도윤아, 왜 나야? 어째서?
Don't look at me with those sad puppy eyes. You know what you did. You could have confessed earlier and we could have talked to it like adults.
세일이가 스스로 한 게 진실이잖아.
No, he did not. Shut the fuck up.
누나 말대로야. 여기 누구도 사람을 해칠 이유가 없어.
You 100% have a reason, sweetie. His voice began to shake a little. He even felt like crying.
이유는 있어. 그건 세일이가 출연자를 불법적으로 뒷조사했기 때문이야. 메신저 백 안에는 온갖 뒷조사 자료들이 가득했어. 무대에 그게 쏟아졌을 때 형은 무언가를 본 거야.
뒷조사 자료에 뭔가가 있었다고?
Yeah.
세일이가 도망친 건 범인을 두려워해서였어요. 세일이는 진범이 이나 너였다고 생각한 것 같아.
뭐?
따로 혜성이를 만나러 갔고 사망 추정 시간에 분장실에 없던 것까지.
완전 헛다리잖아.
Ina, please just accept the fact that I'm reasoning the reasoning of another person and shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
나도 아니라고 생각해. 세일이의 생각을 추측할 뿐이야. 세일이는 네 편을 들면서 안전할 거라고 생각했나 봐. 그치만 과거가 까이면서 너한테도 공격받았고 달아나 버렸어. 그래서 범인이 아니라고 생각한 형한테만 문을 열어준 거야. 그래요. 뒷조사 얘기는 결국 혜성이 사건까지 올라가게 돼요. 혜성이는 출연자들을 따로 불러 협박을 걸었어요. 약점이라고 생각한 걸 말하면서 사퇴를 요구했죠.
네 말은 서혜성, 장세일 두 사람이 같은 걸 알았다는 뜻이야?
Probably.
그래. 세일이가 그걸 눈치챘을지는 모르겠지만 혜성이는 형한테 PD님을 통해서 안 뭔가를 말했어. 뒷조사는 PD님 지시였고 결과도 보고받았을 테니까. PD님과 혜성이는 한동안 보통 이상의 관계였고.
Yeah. Light slowly faded from Hyuk's eyes.
도윤아,
Hyuk, you could just confess, and I'll forgive you for it. Hyun bit his lip.
메신저 백이 쏟아졌을 때 형이 본 건 혜성이가 한 협박의 내용이 뒷조사 자료에도 있다는 사실이었을 거야.
Here needs a he need, there should be a was right here, or where, rather. I think it's yeah.
지금 얘기 내가 잘못 이해한 거 아니지?
Yeah,
그럼 서혜성 사건도
yeah.
아니야. 그건 불가능해. 그때를 다시 생각해봐. 처음에 혜성이가 도윤이 널 분장실로 불렀지?
얘기를 해봤지만 먹히질 않았어요.
그래서 너 혼자 무대로 왔지? 다음에 기혁이가 분장실에 갔어. 그때쯤 크게 진동이 한 번 났어.
저도 실패하고 무대로 돌아왔어요.
그래서 다 무대에 모여 있었는데
Yeah, it's almost like he had enough time and the tremor should have hidden any, like, you know, horrifying murder noises. Just saying.
서혜성이 또 페이터 글을 올렸었지. 어디서 올렸는지는 몰라도 어쨌든 다음으로 이나가 잠시 뒤에 세일이가 갔어. 내가 갔을 땐 벌써 화장실로 간 다음이었어. 난 스텝복도로, 장세일은 분장실로 갔고. 이런 서혜성을 해칠 수 있는 사람은 기억이 나 도윤이는 무대에 있었지. 왜 불가능하다고 하는지 알겠어?
I wanna be done with this so much.
이나가 분장실로 떠나기 전 다 모여 있었을 때
So tired.
혜성이는 S 승현이랑 싸우는 중이었어. 우리가 다 증인인 거나 마찬가지야.
도윤아, 지금이라도 늦지 않았어. 혼란스러울 거야. 나도 그래.
No, I know it's you.
그치만 수상한 점을 늘어놓는다고 진실인 건 아니야.
I know it's you, Han.
무대도 이젠 위태로워. 그만하고 구조대를 기다리자. 어?
Leon instinctively stepped back. Damn. Rejected.
도윤아,
Rejected. Bitch. But he had heard and seen those clues, responses, and conclusions. Exclude all the impossibilities and focus only on what remains. Ah, yes, a paraphrased version of the Sherlock Holmes line. When you exclude every other possibility, no matter how, I'm also paraphrasing, no matter how, what was the word that it was used? No matter how unlikely what remains is, it has to be the solution. And no matter how shocking it is, it will be the truth. Yeah.
누나 말이 맞잖아. 혜성이 글 다 모여서 봤잖아.
Okay, I have to. Unstable piece N is the next one, so I have to choose wrong on this one.
워치로 페이터의 글쓰기가 가능해.
You know what? No. I'm not gonna do all of the bad endings. We'll be here for a while. Like, I don't know. I don't care enough. Like, I know they're all on the way, but I'm just gonna do the ending where he kills himself, and then true ending, and that's about it. Which I'm pretty sure is the last one before the actual true ending. I'm gonna do that. If it's not that, I'll come back and I'll do that one, but whatever.
정해진 시간마다 글을 올리는 자동 쓰기.
Like there is one ending with Hugh like rather than dealing with, you know, the entire police situation, he just kills himself, and so you know.
형은 그걸로
Again.
혜성이가 죽은 뒤에 글이 올라가게 한 거야.
Again, he just does it like he kills himself all the time, this guy.
그럼 우리가 알던 전개가 달라져요. 처음은 제가 혜성이가 있는 분장실로 갔어요. 설득은 통하지 않았죠. 혼자 무대로 돌아와야 했죠. 다음이 규혁이 형. 그때 큰 진동이 일어났죠. 혜성이가 화장실로 간 건 이 시점이었을 거예요. 진동으로 분장실이 위험하다고 느낀 거죠. 그리고 화장실에서 혜성이는 청소 용구를 둔기로 사용한 거. 그걸 내팽개치고 시신을 칸에 방치한 거. 우발적인 일이었을 거예요. 그대로 두면 누가 한 일인지 명백한 상황이었죠. 그때 자동 쓰기를 떠올린 거예요.
서해성 자동 쓰기 언제였지? 그게
40분. 4시 40분이에요.
40 minutes past the hour.
형은 자동 쓰기 내용을 바꾸고 무대로 돌아왔어요. 이야기하면서 다른 사람의 분장실에 가는 걸 늦추려고 했죠. 그리고 시간이 되면서 바꿔둔 자동 쓰기가 타임라인에 올라왔어요. 혜성이는 쭉 S승용과 싸우는 중이었고 우린 그게 계속된다고 착각했죠. 사실은 이미 죽은 다음이었는데도.
No, Seal was not already dead, as was Hyeseong. Again, this game needed an editor.
그럼 다음에 내가 혼자 가도록 둔 건
Why did I not get an editor for the English script?
자동 쓰기가 올라간 다음이니까. 글이 뜨기 전에 발견하면 안 됐지만 다음이라면 상관없었어.
Yeah, John. I don't know if I might cut it, but I'm that sleepy from this shit.
형이 만나고 올 때까진 혜성이가 살아있었다. 이걸 확고하게 만드는 게 제일 중요했으니까.
잠깐! 혜성이가 죽은 다음에도 자동 쓰기는 올라왔어. 분명히 봤어. 죽은 다음에 다시 돌려놓았단 거야? 타이밍이 없어!
있었어, 타이밍은. 화장실에서 시신을 조사할 때.
Yeah.
누나, 같이 보던 때를 떠올려 보세요. 특히 워치를 확인했을 때.
나? 그게... 워치 겉에 상한 데가 있는지 봤어. 다음엔... 기억이가...
Yeah. Congrats.
워치는 깨끗해. 깨지거나 풀어서 가져가지도 않았어.
전원도 켜져 있어요.
어때? 뭔가 있어?
페이터 한 걸 빼면 별거 없는 것 같아.
형이 이것저것 조작해보고 저한테 줬었죠. 페이터 말고는 별게 없다면서.
다 있는 데서 고쳤다고?
I mean, none of you were gonna notice, and none of you were gonna like say anything because you wouldn't notice. So why not? Why not change it in front of everyone?
자동 쓰기는 생각조차 못하던 때였어.
Yeah.
그래서 할 수 있었던 거야. 눈앞에서.
Uh-huh.
원본하곤 조금 달라져 버렸어. 문장 부호 정도였지만.
Oh, so you're admitting it?
마음이 급했으니까.
Oh my fucking god, he actually admitted it. Oh my god. Okay, you know what, Hyuk? Good job. Good job, honey. Like, the worst part is that this is a good, like, whodunit ending. Like, going through all of the clues and shit. It's just such a bad story up until this point and so unnecessarily long that it completely ruins it when it could be much, much better. I think that that's my biggest issue with this. Like, it's just every part up until this point is just bad. Like, I have to appreciate that Hyuk is just admitting that he's like the murderer. Like, I actually like that I don't have to fight him on this. It's just like, yeah, I did it. Congrats. Love that for him.
규혁아, 지금 너 인정한 거야?
Yes, that's what he just did, Han.
한도윤 말이면 이런 것까지 받아줘?
No, he's just admitting to it because he did it. Jesus fucking Christ, you bitches.
장세일에 서혜성까지 죽였다는 소릴?
And Seung Young, don't forget Seung Young. He had committed all of the murders. Yeah, thanks, game. We know. We've been known since the first round.
도윤아,
Yeah.
이유 혹시 이유도 알고 있어?
Screen this. Oh god damn it. Well, I can always go back and just like screenshot it. Like it can be screenshot later.
형,
It's just funny. It's just like the little pop-up. Even felt like something hot was spewing from his heart.
이런 짓을 이유 따위가.
Can you stop being gay for a second? Of course he has a reason.
말해줘.
Uh-huh.
알고 있는 것, 알게 된 것, 모두 알아냈는지 궁금해.
Dude, don't get horny. I mean, if he got horny about it, it would be a better game. Hyuk stared at Duyun with his dark eyes. Duyun could feel the pain after biting his parched lip. I knew. The talk they had after opening up to each other and the background check info that he discovered at the end. The stories were not in accordance with each other. Let's see, this is... memo... Flip side... yeah, it has to be this one. And then right by the end, right by the last choice, we can get the ending where he kills himself.
뒷조사 메모. 이병희 선생님이 돌아가신 사고를 조사한 내용이 있었어. 거기엔 동승자도 함께 사망한 걸로 나와 있었고, 동승자는 아내라고 되어 있었어. 형의 어머니도 이때 사고로 돌아가셨던 거야. 형이 옛날 얘기를 해줬었지. 이병희 선생님 어떤 분이었는지, 형과 어머니가 어떤 시간을 견뎌왔는지, 방치된 채로 어렵게 살아야만 했다고.
선생님의 도움이 전혀 없었다고?
Look, his dad was a piece of shit, girl. Don't worry about it.
그게 어떻게 이유가 된다는 거야?
형이 직접 말해줬었지. 어머니께선 스스로 목숨을 끊으셨다고. 투병으로 쇠약해진 상태에 방치와 어려움, 우울증에 빠져 극단적인 선택을 하고 마셨다고.
Which, in a very unrealistic way for the record.
뒷조사 자료, 그리고 형의 이야기가 서로 맞지 않아. 자료는 사고로 부부가 함께 사망했다고 해. 형은 어머니가 자살했다고 말했어. 자료와 형 모두가 사실을 말하는 거라면.
Didn't lower his head upon finishing the sentence.
나는 하나밖엔 생각할 수가 없었어.
I mean, I could think of a bunch of things, but okay.
선생님의 사고에서 돌아가신 어머니, 방치당하다 스스로 목숨을 끊으신 어머니,
Yeah, they're two different persons.
두 분은 다른 사람이라는 거.
Duh. The motive. At that very moment, something flashed to Duyun's mind. The inconsistency between the background check document and Hyuk's own account. Could Cell have been aware of that? Yeah, probably.
아니야.
Like, I hate to break this to you, but like, usually there's records left when you get adopted into a family or by a family member. So, if his dad remarried, or, well, married because he was had out of wedlock, and then he adopted him into his family, there would have been records of that. But there should also be record of his actual biological mother. So, yeah, it's actually very easy to be aware of those. Like, why is that a question? Sale ran away because he was afraid of the real attacker, but Sale opened the dressing room door for Hyuk. Why would he open the door for Hyuk if he knew about Hyuk's secret?
뭐가 아니라는 거야?
세일이의 일은 베스타 뒷조사 때문만이 아니야.
Uh-huh.
그럼 뭐 때문에?
Seongyeong. It's Seongyeong. I know that you killed Seongyeong.
도윤아, 설마
You killed Seongyeong. I know that you did. Hyun was putting all the puzzle pieces together. Once he completed the puzzle, the truth would be revealed. Okay. Also, for the record, this is the only, like it says right there, correct temporal order. This is the only series of questions that it asks you specifically to put it in order. If you don't put it in order, you fail it. Like, this is the only one. Literally, the only time the game makes you put something in complete chronological order, or in an order in any way. Otherwise, as long as you select the right ones, it's fine. This time, no, you have to put it in order. Honestly, absolute bullshit. He didn't pay any attention to Hyuk and his mother when Hyuk was young. His mother had to raise Hyuk all by herself. He grew up hating his father and loving his mother dearly. Mommy issues! He applied for and received a scholarship in 2014 during his university years. His mother's health had worsened and it became difficult for him to pay his tuition. A professor who was fond of Hyuk helped him get the scholarship. This was before his relationship with his father, viewing he was known to the public. His mother ended her own life. Worsening health and financial difficulties led her to depression, which then led her to death. Hyuk was grief-stricken for quite some time. Byung-hee seemed to have accepted Hyuk as his son around this period. Did Byung-hee finally feel guilty for ignoring his own child for so long? Then in 2016, Byung-hee died in a car accident. Byung-hee and his new wife, Hyuk's stepmother, lost their lives. The accident was apparently due to a mistake that Byung-hee had made while driving. When Hyuk received the scholarship in 2014, Hyuk's biological mother was still alive. Byung-hee accepted Hyuk and got into a car accident in 2016. That meant that Hyuk's biological mother passed away sometime between 2014 and 2016. About 2 to 4 years ago from 2018, which is now.
이 일은 오래전부터 시작된 거야.
And you know what happened then? You know what happened back then? Seongyeon had that one show called Scoop. It's almost like that has something to do with this entire situation.
그 시작은
Hehe. The old program. Seongyeon unsells business cards that had fallen out of sales messenger bag. The old WBSN logo from years ago. The name of the tabloid TV program which was printed on the cards. That program made Seongyeon famous with persistent coverage of provocative issues and shocking news in the past. Since then, Sale has been working. Come on. Game, you needed an editor for your English script. Since then, Sale has been working for Seongyeon. Something that happened 3 years ago, which had been mentioned along with the fact that he had been treated contemptuously for over 4 years. A certain event which could also hurt Seongyeon had he opened his mouth.
친어머니가 스스로 목숨을 끊으신 일. 거기 신 PD님하고 세일이가 관련되어 있었던 거야.
Yep.
그리고 어쩌면 PD님까지도.
Yep.
형이.
Yep. Dooyoon couldn't say a thing. He would quietly look at Dooyoon. He wasn't glaring but quietly looking at him.
처음엔 세일이의 존재를 몰랐어. 명함을 보고 알았지. 그때도 같이였구나 하고.
I love how he just admits it. It's nice. It's nice having like a guy who's just like, yeah, I did it. It's cool. And without any like, you know, Ace Attorney breaking down moment. Like he's not getting the Ace Attorney moment, which I find it fine. He doesn't need to, I don't know, explode.
규혁아, 정말 피디님까지?
Yeah.
3년 전이에요. 이병희 선생님은 신승연의 새 아이템이었어요.
Uh-huh.
신비주의 싱어송라이터. 캐보면 재밌는 게 있을 거라고 생각했겠죠.
Uh-huh.
그땐 몰랐어요.
Uh-huh.
제 주변에서 어떤 일이 벌어지고 있었는지.
Mm-hmm.
형,
어머니께선 긴 투병으로 약해져 있었어.
I mean, it's diabetes, not cancer. You're acting like, I mean, some people are very delicate with their diabetes, but like I feel like this is such an exaggerated diabetes, especially in 2018, because like diabetes when you were like, I don't know, way before, like when you were in the 80s or the 70s, like part of the issue with diabetes is that the insulin that used to be injectable before, like the insulin that you would take before the let's say 2000s, I think it's when they started, it used to be like cow insulin, like it used to be animal insulin, it wasn't human insulin, so the effect that it had is much worse than just regular insulin, like regular human insulin. Now in the 2010s and 2020s, as we are right now, most of the insulin that you can get is a type of like it's just like human insulin. So your life expectancy with like diabetes is much better than it was like 20, 30, 40s, 50s years ago. Like it's surprisingly better. Like they give you a bare minimum of 10 years, you know, and that's if you get it young, and that's if you get it old, like a person who already has other like health problems associated. You can live a long healthy life with diabetes your entire life, even if you got it from like since you were young. So I don't know, I feel like they could have given her any other disease. They could have put her in cancer treatment. I feel like diabetes is a weird choice. Like maybe it's because I have a decent experience with diabetic stuff considering my family history, but like I'm just confused. Like I'm just confused what the point is of like diabetics, like diabetes of all things. Like I'm not saying that she didn't this can happen, but I feel like usually having issues with your diabetes usually is like as long as you're properly medicated, like you're injecting the right amount and you're, you know, doing tests regularly, checking yourself and whatnot, which like if you could buy your insulin, like if she could get insulin, she probably was getting checked regularly because insulin is hilariously expensive. Like I would assume that it was from something else, like from some other thing that was causing her issues, not the diabetes itself.
평생 내 걱정만 하다가 가셨지.
But yeah, because you're her child.
내가 세상에 나온 것 때문에 그 고통을 당하신 건데.
Yeah, that was like her job as a mother. Like that's what parents are supposed to do. They're supposed to worry about their children. And, you know, love and care them and do the best they can about them. Like, that's their job. He could cover his face with his hands.
난 감당할 용기가 있었어. 그럴 수 있다고 했는데 그분께서 일찍 삶을 놓아버리셨어. 그러면서 선생님한테 유언을 남기신 거야.
Uh-huh.
당신의 아들인 날 호적에 올리고 집으로 들여달라고.
Okay, so I am right. He had an affair. And yeah, okay. Yeah, born out of wedlock. Knew it. You could drop his hands and stare into the air.
같은 상황이 기다렸어.
Well, no, your dad doesn't care about you because he's a piece of shit.
방치와 학대에 겨우 버티는 사모님. 자기 성취만이 최우선인 선생님.
I mean, at least your stepmother doesn't sound to be like a complete and utter asshole. It's just your dad, which explains your mommy issues. Like, you had a good mom, died. You had a good stepmom, died. Makes sense.
그래도 그랬기 때문에 사모님하고 의지하면서 버틸 수 있었어.
See what I mean?
그 잘난 선생님께서 낸 사고가 그것까지 앗아가 버렸지.
Like, Hugh has a lot of luck with women, and by that I mean women who are his mothers. Like, his dad gets perfectly good women and then just ruins his relationships because he's a fucking idiot.
베스타에 처음부터 작정하고 왔다는 거야?
Nah. Hugh slowly shook his head.
선생님 댁으로 들어갈 때 어머니 유품을 정리했어. 못 보던 명함이 하나 있었지. 무슨 의미인지는 몰랐어. 유품이니까 보관하고 있을 뿐이었지. 그러다 베스타 새 시즌을 맡은 스타 PD 신승연의 특집을 봤어.
아하.
유품에 그 명함에 있는 사람이었지.
아하.
신승연을 지금의 자리에 올렸다는 프로그램이 명함에 새겨져 있었으니까. 그때까지도 몰랐어. 멍청하게.
Come on, how are you supposed to know?
다 놓아버리기 전에 여기 왔어. 홀린 사람처럼. 유품에서 나온 명함, 거기서 본 이름을 쫓아서.
That was your first mistake. You should have murdered her earlier.
흔적을 더듬었을 뿐이야.
Uh-huh.
그럼 진실을 알게 된 건
바로 몇 시간 전이야.
Yeah, I would have assumed. Like, all of the murders are so... Like, it's a kind of shit when you notice that the person doing it is not particularly good at it. Or, like, they didn't take the time to actually plan to make it look extremely like an accident. So, it would make sense that he would have found out right now when this thing happened. He kills Young out of, like, desperation, anger, whatever. And does the same with his Young. Like, you know, you're desperate for this information not to come out, you kill him. And then Sale is probably the only person who he actually took the time to plan the murder. And then he did a horrible job at it. Which I think that the lesson you learn from that, Hugh, is that the next time you murder someone, don't plan it, just do it with your heart. Let the universe sort it out.
여기가 무너진 바로 다음.
Uh-huh. Okay, we're back here. When it all started. It was mayhem. You recall that lighting fixtures falling onto him. Somebody saved him from that perilous moment.
도윤아!
Yeah, me. The guy who was branded as a betrayer by everyone. Did he die after saving him?
도윤아! 도윤아!
He must be alive, he must. He crawled towards you, Ewan. Oh, you.
피디님?
빨리 나 좀 꺼내 빨리.
But I wanna save my boyfriend first. The legs were stuck under a steel frame. He didn't budge at all.
뭐해? 당장 치우라고!
Girl, he can't do it, he's not strong enough. He unwittingly stared at the stage. There was a pile of debris, but he had to go to Duyun right now to save him. Sang Young's legs were stuck under the steel frame, and Do-yoon was buried under some debris. But if Do-yoon dies because Hye-yuk didn't help him in time... Hashtag gay sex noises. It was always like this. He was lost again. He was always indecisive. Couldn't even make a choice.
안 돼. 도윤이가 절 구하고 저기 파묻혔어요. 지금은 도윤이를 금방 올게요.
Yeah, besides, I have to point out, like, she can't complain on the whole, oh, why aren't you saving me, if he can't move the steel frame that is keeping her from moving. Like, it would make more sense for him to find someone else for help and get her out, because he can't do it by himself. Like, that's the reasonable solution here. He's actually being reasonable by trying to save other people and bring more help to get her out of the position she's in. Like, that's the normal thing a normal person would do.
어디 가냐고!
He's gonna come back, don't be a bitch.
모를 줄 알아? 날 버리고 가려는 거!
No.
피디님, 아니에요. 금방 사람들이랑 같이...
이 새끼! 네 엄마 복수하려는 거지!
You came to a sudden stop. He slowly turned around. His focus was back to her.
그 여자 자살해서 여기 온 거 내가 모를 줄 알았어?
You know, the funniest thing about this is that if she had kept her mouth shut and expected better of a guy who was trying to save her, she wouldn't have died, and nothing would have happened.
뒤 좀 깬다고 그럴 줄 내가 어떻게 알아? 어차피 죽을 병이었다며!
Okay, you know what? You deserve to die for that one. Like, this right here. You deserve to die for that one, Han. Han? Gorge? Gorge? Hey, Gorge. Hey, Gorge. You fucked up. That line here. Yeah, no, it's fine. You can die. It's fine. You're completely justified, honey.
지금이 딱 찬스지, 어? 내가 호구 등신으로 보여!
Actually, yeah, I think you're a fucking moron because he didn't know. Had you, at any point, kept your fucking mouth shut like a motherfucker, you wouldn't be dead. Neither would be your boy toy, who is your ex, because you're not sleeping together anymore. Just saying. You fucked up.
협박장이나 보내고 이 저열한 새끼!
He didn't even send the blackmail, you're a fucking idiot. Their eyes met.
1등이고 뭐고! 네가 어떤 새끼인지 한번 틀어봐! 난 무시 못해! 당장 이리 와!
Again. She could have avoided this by just not saying anything. Can I point out that this is the dumbest shit ever? Like, this woman had no reason to believe that Hye-yuk actually did it. Like, the worst part is that besides the blackmail, which we know it was Sale sending it, and Hye-yuk actually told her that it wasn't him, but she just didn't believe him, which fair, but also, like, if she had kept quiet, she would have survived. The only reason why she didn't survive is because she didn't trust that this guy was an idiot and or care more about, like, human lives than, you know, revenge. She's stupid. Like, this is a stupid person. Like, I don't know about you, but if someone was trying to get revenge on me for murdering someone that they care about or being responsible for the death of someone that they care about, and I had reason to believe that they're trying to, you know, have their revenge in the moment, I would lie. I would keep quiet. I would say that it was someone else. I would say that it wasn't my choice and that I did it because someone else told me to. I would literally try to evade responsibility as much as possible because I wouldn't want to get killed. And this bitch goes out of her way to put herself in this position. She's the fucking dumbest character in this game. I just want to point that out. God, the writing in this game is stupid. He slowly walked toward her. He couldn't help but walk toward her.
그래. 하라는 대로 하면 아무 일 없어.
Daryl, you weren't going to die, but now you're going to die.
사랑받고 1등하고 이병희의 자랑이니 뭐니 다 내 덕분이잖아.
No, he does not. Darkness filled his vision. His ears rang. Dust fell and a thundering noise echoed around the stage. Sungyeon began to shriek even harder. Was you a fucking damaged woman? I mean, the ending says that she was abused since she was a child by her family, but like, I don't think it means that this is justified in any way whatsoever. Like, I don't know, Gary, your tragic backstory doesn't mean that you can talk to like that to a person.
어차피 다 죽었어. 이제 이병희가 아니라 네 세상이야.
Gary, you're not supposed to say that to someone who cares about that. Like, if you told me that about my parents, I might be indifferent or terrified because of my current economic situation. You can't say that to a person who actually gives a shit about their parents.
그러니까 이 지랄 같은 거 좀 치워. 아빠 죽겠다고.
Well, congrats. The pain is gonna end soon. Because you'll die. Hyuk stood before Seung-young. She struggled to grab Hyuk's feet. Mom's suicide. And the business card from her belongings. The name of the program on the business card. And the name printed on it.
난 그것도 모르고.
Feeling something unusual, Seung-young looked up to see Hyuk. Oh, that was fully animated.
그 표정은?
Okay, you know what? That was good. That full animation there, that was good. That change in expression was so good. This game has so much work put into it and it's so bad. What the fuck? That was good. Like that was good. That was good shit. Why does this game have moments that are absolutely great and then it's just like, oh god, this is a drag and a boring fest? Like, damn. But yeah, this is great. That entire animation, like just the face, like the face change, that expression change was so good. That was great. That was incredible. Anyway, time for Seung-young to die.
내가 널 만들어줬잖아. 어?
Seung-young, with all due respect, go fuck yourself.
더 보상할 수 있어. 나 알잖아. 나야, 신승연.
Seung-young, nothing you do is going to make up for the fact that this man lost his mom and then he lost his other mom that he was getting along with. His eyes were fixed on one thing. Something he could barely lift. It was a concrete debris. He hesitated a bit but then moved towards the debris. He walked awkwardly as if pulled by a string.
뭐?
Hehe.
아니야, 날 꺼내. 그게 너도 사는 방법이야.
Nope. Shut gay sex noises. And she died like she deserved. When he was done, Hugh began to run, stuttering all the way to the stage. He sat near where Do-yoon was buried and began to dig frantically.
규혁이 형! 무사했어요? 뭘 하는 거예요?
There's a man in here.
도윤이가 이 밑에 있어.
His fingernails broke and he started to bleed. He continued to scoop and heave.
제발, 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 제발. 도윤아! 한도윤!
Oh, it's like the first time that he said her name. Wait, I need to play it again. Wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? Let's see. What? Nope. Okay, okay, that what? Game. Oh, there it is.
형!
Oh, really? Doesn't sound with like the. Oh, it sounds normally and not with the. Sucks. It's not that funny. See, it doesn't sound. That sucks. I guess it's because this is from Hyuk's point of view instead of Duyun's, and they're reusing the lines from Duyun's point of view, but still, bullshit.
들려! 도윤아! 조금만 참아!
Bullshit.
이 미친가 봐요.
The games are really like 20 gigabytes. You tell me you couldn't like add a little bit of extra heaviness to the files and just, you know, add those voice lines with the effect on instead of just using the engine itself to change the tone, like the to give it the effect. Come on. Still, the nervous also came to help.
괜찮아?
No, I almost died. He's alive. I saved him.
형, 무사해서 다행이야.
너 아니었으면 난...
Well then.
그게 시작이었어. 그리고
나만 비열한 놈이야? 나만 수써?
Oh, hi, you.
형도 이병희 특수 제대로 누렸잖아.
No, not really.
솔직히 자식 맞지. 근데 딴 집 자식이지.
You know, Hesiod, it's not nice to talk about people being literal bastards.
난 입 다물겠다는 거고.
Like in the traditional definition of the word bastard.
형, 알겠어? 나한테 기회를 달라는 거야.
The irony of that line.
나도 형한테 기회를 줄게.
He felt dizzy. The dizziness that slowly filled his head just wouldn't go away.
대답은 뭐야? 피차 시간 모자라잖아. 대답은 뭐냐고? 형은 어차피 돈도 많잖아. 아쉬울 게 없지. 비밀이 제일 소중하면 그걸 지키라고.
He nodded.
사퇴할게. 네 말대로.
그래, 잘 생각했어. 그게 정답이야. 이딴 놈이라서 미안해. 그런데 나도 살고 싶어. 비밀은 지킨다. 맹세해.
First time we're hearing this track, I feel. What is with all the good tracks happening right now? You had no interest in Beastars anymore. He hated himself for taking any joy out of his first place ranking. If Hesiod wants him to disappear, he'll do just that. But why would Hesiod really keep his mouth shut? Trying to gain popularity or seeking attention again? Wouldn't he eventually spill his secret? He shook his head to clear his mind.
사람들한테도 쫑났다고 해줘야겠어.
He already seen and somehow covered it up. He did something he shouldn't have done. He would confess to everything, but his secret must stay hidden. The sound of the end of recording was heard. His young came to a sudden stop.
아, 이거 녹음한 거는
Yeah, Hesiod, that's my honest reaction to that. Like, what do you mean you recorded the conversation, hon? You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have done that, honey. You should not have done that. That's how you get this man to murder you. Look at that face. That is the face of a man who's about to murder. You fucking idiot.
보험 삼아서
Yeah, Hesian, that's how you end up dead. Hesian, honey, Han, Gorge, that's how you die. You saw a mob shove behind him. Hesian hit his head hard against it. Everything happened in an instant. He hurriedly checked the voice recording which contained his secret. He shrugged.
더 괴로운 사연을 가진 사람도 많아. 인정하고 받아들일 수도 있었어. 두 사람이나 내 손으로 죽였어.
No, hon, you killed 3 people already. That's just the second person you killed. His face gradually contorted.
그때부터 벗어날 방법을 생각했어. 워치에 있는 녹음을 지워버렸어. 시간을 바꿔 자동 쓰기를 떠올렸어. 바깥에 누군가가 한 것처럼 꾸미려고 했어.
I mean, at least you were being somewhat smart about it.
그러다 S 승연이 빠진 다음 세일이가 몰리기 시작했지. 마지막은 가방이 쏟아졌을 때였어. 그 시기에 찍힌 같은 프로그램 명함.
Oh, sorry, I literally just hit my mic. I'm sorry about that.
선생님과 사모님이 돌아가신 사고에 대한 자료. 그때부터 신승연한테 부역해온 거였어. 마지막을 세일이로 정했어. 범인인 게 탄로나 스스로 목숨을 끊는 걸로.
So, Cell was the only target that you specifically, like, planned for. Okay, fair. You set everyone apart and took Hesian's watch. When he told Cell that he was alone, he opened the door without much resistance.
형, 아무래도 이나 씨가 범인 같아요.
Cell, bad news. You're in a locked room with the murderer. Well, the door is unlocked. You unlocked it, but you're in a closed room with a murderer.
분장실에 없었던 것도 그렇고 저 몰아가는 것도 그렇고.
No, Han, you're about to die.
웬만하면 그렇게 생각 안 하려고 했는데.
You're about to die, Han. Cell stared at Hugh with his quivering eyes. Hugh knew what his face looked like to others. The audition taught him how to put on a fake smile, which made him look trustworthy.
넌 혜성이를 안 죽였다는 거지?
네, 당연하죠. 절대 아니에요.
Now I need to make him confess.
그런데 난 네가 범인 같아.
네? 뭐라고요? 제가 왜요? 말이 통할 줄 알았는데.
Phil got agitated and began to ramble on. Oh, it's coming. I can hear the sound. It's the voice that tries to talk to me every time I feel down. It's the voice I heard when I punished Seung-young and Hye-seung.
이제 자백해. 죄를 털어놓으라고. 여기 내 앞에서 다 얘기해.
Phil opened his mouth, his face turned ghastly pale. Tell me now.
얘기할 거 없어요. 나가요.
Yaoi Bane is at least getting interesting. I have to respect him for his bullshit. Like, It took him to admit to the murders for Yami to become interesting. That's the level of bullshit that we're dealing with in this game. There it is. The key to freeing myself from truth and sin.
내 말이 서운해?
Maybe.
형 같지 않게 왜 그러시는데요?
Nah, it shows a part of him that is a murderous sociopath. Don't worry about it. He slowly walked toward the mannequin, thinking his time to untie a belt from the jacket. Stunned by Hyuk's remark, Sel took a step back.
그건 왜요?
What do you think is for, Han?
네 죄를 알려줄게. 오래전부터 흰승연 밑에서 남 뒤를 캤지? 스쿠프. 그것 때문에 사람이 죽었어.
Yeah.
무슨 말이에요?
My mom, you piece of shit.
전 그냥 시키는 일만 아무것도 몰라요.
I mean, I have reason to believe that Sel is honest about that. But that doesn't change the fact that he still helps Young do the shit that she did, and a person died because of it. They hastily turned around. He tied Sel's neck with a belt. He choked him to death. Revenge made. The voice sounded ecstatic. It was no longer someone else's voice. It was now his own voice. The scattered pieces of the puzzle were put together to reveal the truth. The truth turned to a sharp blade and hacked at his heart. Gay.
그렇게 세 사람이나
And good for him, except maybe Cell and Haitian. Really, I think that if Haitian hadn't recorded that, everything would have been fine. It would just have been Seongyang, we would have let it go, we could have moved on with our lives, and she would have sort of deserved it.
시신 옮겨온 것도 증거 때문이야?
Duh, Ina, stop asking the obvious questions.
혜성이 워치를 부쉈어. 콘크리트 잔에도 숨겼어.
형, 세일이는 왜 나한테 부탁했어? 거기에도 분명히 단서가...
Maybe. Hugo slowly raised his hands. After a brief silence, Hugo put on a faint smile.
그러고 싶었어. 끝까지 숨기고 싶었고 어쩌면 발각되고 싶었을지도.
Gay? Gay question mark? Gay red question mark. Emoji.
난 항상 그런 식이었으니까.
Uh-huh. He could turn his gaze on the stage. The body steel frame crashed down with a bang.
베리드 스타즈. 여기 선 걸 후회했던 적 많아. 그런데도 떠나질 못했어. 역시 선생님의 아들이다. 재능을 이어받았다. 자랑스러워하실 거다.
Okay, but your dad was an asshole, so it doesn't count.
거기 취한 거야.
Well, Han, that happens to everyone. If you don't get enough affection and support in your life, of course you're gonna become obsessed and addicted with the fact that people are finally recognizing you as a human being deserving of compliments every once in a while. Like, of course you're gonna feel like that, Han, that's not, Han, that's normal. Gorge, that's normal. Like, that's, like, super mega normal, Han. Just saying. He would pause as if catching his breath.
내가 그분을 증오했는지 사랑했는지 알 수가 없었어.
I mean, considering what your dad did, I would say hate him is a natural reaction.
그래서 떠돌았어. 여길. 그래도 어머니만은 지키고 싶었어. 나 때문에.
He took a step back from the group. He slowly clenched his teeth and the light came into his hazy eyes.
아무것도 모르는 사람들한테 가십으로 끌려나와 난도질 당하는 건 절대로 안 되는 일이었어.
Okay, Yaoi, wait, we get it. You have I was gonna say Yaoi issues, mommy issues. He also has Yaoi issues, to be fair.
내 탓이야. 내가 있어서. 내가 살아남아서.
Dude, real voice reveal right there. You can slowly move back and head toward the area where debris continued to fall.
어딜 가는 거야? 멈춰!
이쯤에서 끝낼 수 있게 해줘.
끝이라고? 말도 안 되는 소리 집어치워! 누구 마음대로!
Gay. Dion quickly stepped forward.
난 모두를 배신했어.
Dion came to a sudden stop.
특히 널.
Gay?
도윤이 네가 구해준 목숨으로 다른 사람을 죽였어.
Gay question mark again?
용서받지 못할 죄를 지어놓고 멀쩡히 빠져나갈 작정이었어.
Well, Han, you didn't hide it very well, but at least you tried.
그러니까 배신자는 나야.
Out of my sanity. For a second, Hugh stopped talking.
그래도 마지막으로 부탁하고 싶어.
Uh-huh.
너라면 괜찮아. 너라면 믿을 수 있어.
Uh-huh.
날 내버려둬. 그리고 나가서 모든 걸 말해줘. 내가 무슨 짓을 했는지 밝히는 거야. 믿을게. 그렇게 해줄 거지?
But what if I don't wanna?
넌 배신자가 아니니까.
But what if I don't wanna? Wait, what do I need for the bad end?
그런 말에 물러설 것 같아?
Dion hesitated, but took another step forward.
괴로워. 비밀을 숨기고 배신하고. 처음부터 이게 맞았어. 너무 오래 왔어.
도망칠 생각이야? 그건 기만이야. 이쪽으로 와.
형 그만둬! 그냥 못 보내!
도인아, 날 구해줬던 것처럼 보내줘.
끝까지 그런 식으로!
배신한 대가를 치르게 해줘.
Okay. And we're getting the bad end. Dion tried to step forward, but his feet wouldn't move. Dion just stood there, nervously staring at Hyuk.
고마워. 나는
Wait, what? What did you say there? Yep. And then he died.
물러서세요. 건물 파편이 떨어집니다.
Too late for that, bitch.
형!
Yep. Dust and dirt fell in Duyon's eyes. Dazedness turned to a painful headache.
도윤아,
Yep.
아직 못한 말이 있어, 형.
Gay. Duyon stared on the floor and managed to stand before where Hyuk was buried. There was a trail of dark blood under his feet, a pungent odor coming from the burning dust. It was, yeah, you mark the blood, like, why is the narration sometimes decent and then terrible? Duyon dropped to his knees.
이걸 바란 게 아니야. 아직이라고.
Gay. No answer from the rubble that had become a grave. That's a weird sentence to be written like that. Duyon saved Hyuk from the collapse, and Hyuk went on to kill so many on the ruined stage. Along with the truth exposed right before the rescue, he decided to run away forever. One month later. Duyon stood by the long corridor. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. He watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident. Oh god, okay, this is gonna be the same for a while. Okay, protection measure, yeah. He couldn't get in touch with Plughole anymore, who had been sending various messages until the rescue team came, because, again, that's only for the true end. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help, which makes absolutely no sense in this ending either, because, again, this is another ending where his legs were not hurt. They should have cut that line from the ending. After recovery, yeah, yeah. Same thing. Yeah, okay.
그게 네 선택이라면 어쩔 수. 그래도
Like,
네.
let's just move on,
그리고
please.
솔직히 영희 누나랑 붙어서
한도윤 상황 파악도 잘.
사이즈 나왔죠. 누나 같은 용기, 게다가 제가 하는 생각, 판단, 규혁이 형도 마지막에는 죽게 둔 거나 마찬가지였어요.
Finally something new.
네가 그래서만은 아니야. 나도 더 듣고 싶은 얘기들이 있었어. 결국 기억이가 도망치고 만 거야.
The two of them fell silent for a moment. The murder at the scene, the others who couldn't make it out of there were still vivid in his mind.
그러니까 난 네가 거기 너무 깊게 빠지지 않았으면 좋겠어.
Too late, I'm thinking about it. Started doing for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Okay, yeah, this is the same as before.
도윤아, 같이.
간지럽게 왜 그러세요? 붕대.
Okay, come on, move on. Yeah, okay. Let's move to Ina. Ina decided to drop out of the audition after getting out of the hospital because she wanted to get some rest in a quiet environment.
붕대 감고 난리가 났네. 미라야?
Okay,
렌즈 뺐네.
카메라 앞에 설 일도 없고. 솔직히 렌즈
오디션 접었으면
또 바뀌어야지. 사실 구조되기 전에 마지막으로 있었던 일. 죽은 사람들.
The murder at the scene. Yeah, he, the murderer, took his own life right before the rescue. The question if she was going to go back to Busan, Ina shook her head. Okay, that's
거긴 내
more or less the same again.
돌아올 거지?
Okay. Okay, sales is the same. His unit is the same. Hugh was cremated and his ashes were spread over his parents' grave. That is the weirdest choice for a post-cremation, like, you know, action. Something. Like, you get cremated and you want it to spread on your parents' graves? Okay, hon, sure. It was Bedlam at the side, swarming with his fans, reporters, and families of victims. The veiled family history of the legendary singer-songwriter was broadcast day after day on television. Hugh's paternal family did not attend the funeral, but issued a timely joint statement. Hugh had been practically a stranger ever since he with his son, his father, but we are truly sorry for what has happened. We deeply apologize for the crime committed by one of our relatives. Ah yes, nothing like politicians washing their hands off of stuff. They relapsed into silence after the brief statement. There were rumors that some of the family members were exerting influence in various ways to protect the honor of the family. There was also talk about the family taking civil actions against those who were spreading internet rumors. The memory of that tragic day came back to Duyun vividly as he closed his eyes. He still remembered those final moments, even down to the tingling he had felt in his toes. Just like his hesitant footsteps, Duyun was stuck in the moment. The moment when the rescue team arrived, the moment when the murderer Hyuk took his own life. To be more exact, the moment when he let out his last words.
형, 나 말해야 했던 게 있어.
Gay. Duyun spoke to Hyuk as if he was with him. No answer. Hyuk died that day, buried under the wreckage, as he'd wanted. Since accepting his last request, Duyun had been still living in the moment. This would continue for a long... Not long, please. Person who was supposed to do the editing for the English script, I'm begging you. This would continue for a long time, or forever. Yeah, whatever, this is the same as before. He wiped the cold windowsill with his finger. A bare tree stood on the other side. The last leaf barely clinging to a branch swayed precariously. Duyun continued to reiterate the thing he couldn't speak out. The truth had been buried away even at the last moment where all the crimes were exposed. The wind picked up and it began to claw at Duyun. Lingering words on his tongue scattered away. Duyun looked out the window again. The last leaf finally fell from the branch and wandered about in the air. Okay. Kinda killing me that they're using the conversation music for this. Like, that's the choice that they make for this ending. Okay, come on, let's go. God, this game. Okay, we get it. He's gay. Yeah. Ian. Normal and buried truth. Yeah, I know how to get the good end game. It's fine. God. Anyway, we've been here for a while. Let's go to an intermission before I go insane. I need my coffee. So... when we come back, we'll do the last ending, and we'll have time. I'll do the other, like, bad ending that we didn't do just to check it, just to see what it is. And then I'll start fast forwarding through Route C. so we can finally do that after we get the true ending, and then the game will be over once we finish Route C. And then I can just move on with my life with something better and that doesn't cause me literal physical pain. Anyway, I'll go get myself some coffee and more water because my water bottle is emptying, and I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Okay, gang, we're back. Just let me change this thing again because for some reason it screwed on the capture again. Ipileda. Anyway, we're back. I had coffee and water, and I'm emotionally damaged. So let's go. Let's just move on with our lives. Yeah, come on. Speed up the entire situation. We've been here. Wait, really? We have to... From here? Well, to be fair, if I do it from here, I can get the isolated bond ending, so... Wait, no, not the isolated bond, the unstable peace end, so I guess I'll take the bad ending while we're here.
패스워드를 아는 스텝한테 도움을 청한 거지.
Okay, I'll take it.
혜성이 계정으로 대신 글을 올려달라고.
왜 그런 부탁을 하고 누가 그걸 들어준다는 거야?
Yeah, true.
도윤아, 그런 건 나가서 조사만 받아도 바로 드러날 얘기야.
뭔 얘기를 하는가 했더니 막무가내로 던진 거였어?
No, I wasn't.
이런 건 이제 우리가 할 일이 아니야.
But I have the truth. I just fucked up
나가서
on
조사를
purpose.
받으면 되는 거잖아.
아, 그건 그렇지만
백문백답 다 하고 끝내게?
Yes.
이러다 쭉 올라가서 피디님도 살인이라고 하겠다?
I mean, she was.
난 괜찮아. 내가 널 불안하게 만들었기 때문이잖아.
Okay.
그치?
Okay.
넌 나를 구했어. 네가 무슨 말을 해도 난 괜찮아.
Okay.
그치만 여기까지만 하자. 나가는 일만 생각하는 거야.
He will reach out his hand to Duyun again. Duyun stared at Hihyuk's hand without a movement.
형,
Okay.
미안해. 내가 잠깐 어떻게 됐었나 봐.
Incredible. Duyun lowered his head. He took a step forward and held Duyun's hand. Gay!
나가자, 도윤아.
Gay!
나머지는 경찰이 할 일이야.
Gay!
내가 또 배신한 거지.
Oh, come on, don't be like that.
아니야, 그런 거. 넌 마지막까지 노력한 것뿐이야.
결국 모든 건 밝혀져.
Yeah, sure, team.
너나 우리가 파고들지 않아도 언젠가는.
Yeah, sure.
나라고 세세한 게 안 궁금하겠어? 우린 벌써 너무 많은 일을 겪었다고.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Wash your hands off of it. Everyone came to him and offered a word of comfort. Duyun quietly nodded.
이젠 지쳤어. 1초라도 빨리 나가고 싶어.
I would have taken a nap. Everyone was struggling with their own truth and lies. They were right. Things will come to light someday even without him. He hoped so. Under such great strain and lingering anxiety, they had lost track of time.
머리 조심해! 위험해!
Yun snatched Ina by the collar. A large steel frame came down, crashing to the floor.
고맙다.
점점 더 쏟아져!
위를 봐. 빛이야.
With that, the ceiling came down. Is it gonna be the same as before? Just, you know.
물러서세요. 건물 파편이 떨어집니다.
Yun plopped down onto the ground as her legs gave way. Yun lowered his head. The watches flickered with a torrent of incoming messages and replies. He closed his eyes. It felt like he was caught in a nightmare, where the killing was still going on.
남았어.
Dion raised his head and saw Ina.
살아남았어. 우린 살았다고.
그래, 이제 끝났어.
이대로 된 걸까? 언니, 우리가 이겼어. 살았으니까 이긴 거라고.
Ina sounded as if she was casting a spell on herself. Ina's reaction to that. He felt extremely fatigued, as if he had run at full speed. There's nothing he can do. He just has to face what's in front of him. This will never end. Hashtag exams. A flood of tears gushed out of indignation or sadness. Dion himself was uncertain. He stood amongst the ruins under the thin light crying. He's such a baby girl. They ruined a perfectly good fanboy. Yeah, this is the same. Yeah. Yeah, same.
사이즈 나왔죠. 아시잖아요. 누나 같은 용기 저한테는 없으니까요.
The two of them fell silent for a moment. The man at the scene, the others who couldn't make it out of there were still vivid in his mind.
그래, 조금 아쉽네.
God, your eyes glitched there for a second.
네가 뭘 선택하든 응원할게.
He stared at Dean for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Okay, this is the same as before. His confidence has begun to lose their ages.
사실 아직도 자주 떠올라. 구조되기 전에 마지막으로 있었던 일. 죽은 사람들.
The man they had seen was they mentally shaken. I think it should be being after being mentally shaken a countless number of times. They barely made it out of that hell. Come on, editor of the English script, please, if they even had an editor. But the question if she was going back to Busan, Ina shook her head.
거긴 내 집이지. 근데
Okay, same as before then. Some number was released in the media, so yeah, okay, same as before. Same as before with you. Do you have something else to say, Yari Bait? Yeah, same as before.
또 심각한 얼굴이네.
Hey, Yari Bait.
무슨 생각을 그렇게 해?
I know. Your
그냥
mother's.
뭐 이것저것.
I know it was you, Yari Bait.
형은 아직 여유가 좀 있나 봐. 맨날
여유 있긴. 너 보러 시간을 빼는 거지.
Come on, move on.
오늘은 좀 어때?
I wanna see if there's something new in this fucking scene. Dean touched the windowsill with his hand.
복잡해. 사람들이 그렇게 됐으니까.
지금은 너만 생각해.
He fidgeted with as Yu patted him on the shoulder.
미안.
Okay.
아니야.
얼마가 걸리든 푹 쉬어. 다 나을 때까지. 복잡한 머리도 풀릴 때까지.
Yeah, wait. I know that you're horny, but like, stop hitting the man, well, patting the man on the shoulder when he's extremely hurt.
내가 있잖아.
Okay. Dion raised his head to listen to Hyuk. He was staring at Dion with an affectionate eye. Gay.
너, 나, 우리 두 사람은 살아남았어. 힘들면 기대해. 내가 언제든지 곁에 있을 테니까.
Gay.
도윤이 네가 구해준 덕분에 난 여기 있어.
Gay.
언제까지라도 널 배신하지 않을 거야.
Gay. Dion's eyes blurred and tears rolled down his cheeks. The visions of the departed friends glimmer under his eyes.
괜찮아.
Gay. He patted Dion on the shoulder again like an idiot.
서로 의지하면서 살아가자.
Gay. Dion lowered his head and grabbed Hyuk's arm. Gay. The sound of the rattling window hit the walls of the steel hospital room.
도윤아, 딛고 일어서.
No.
내가 곁에 있을 거야.
Gay. His kind voice seems so distant. Okay, barely anything new there. I see nothing. Yeah, whatever. Fuck up, Seong-young. You deserve that one. The sunlight suddenly felt irritating on his face. Dion could see himself on the closed window. Mayuna's reaction to that? Everyone was in the process of recovering from the accident, and the survivors were going their separate ways. What was he supposed to do from now on? His mind was cluttered with a bunch of thoughts. Dion felt rather lost in the middle of the sudden peace brought to him. He put his head against the window. The memories, father, messages, they all came back to him at once. His thoughts found their way back to a point of time in the past. Unanswered questions were bugging him and the truth was still concealed. Dion shook his head to clear his mind.
이제 다 끝났어. 어떻게든 앞으로 가야지.
Well, Dion, at the very least you have like a murderer's boyfriend. I mean boyfriend. I mean murderer. I mean murderer's boyfriend. I mean boyfriend. But a peaceful afternoon. There was only the sound of his mumbling in the quiet corridor. Dion chewed over the questions with no answers.
다 끝난 거잖아. 그렇잖아. 이걸로 됐잖아.
No. No answer. There was no conclusion. You will never be able to reach any conclusion. Well, that's a shitty way to end. I've seen bad endings in the Somnium Files which are less depressing. I find the Annihilation ending in the first game funnier, more emotionally compelling. Delicious coffee. But then again, AI The Somnium Files is a game that is stupid but well written in its stupidity. Like it's a good game. This is not a good game. Okay, let's go for the true ending. Let's move on with our fucking lives. We're gonna get there now.
지금 얘기.
Yeah. Let's just fast forward the shit. We're on with our lives. Okay, the auto right.
정해진 시간마다 그
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like AI speak, but he speak because he's dumb. Like you have to admit that a lot of the things that happen in AI, the Somnium Files, is kind of silly. Like you enter the dreams of people via eye connection with a large machine, which was partially made by a guy who dresses like he's in a Super Sentai anime, and who happens to be gay. Who happens to keep BL in his office. Like, don't get me wrong, Uchikoshi's a big writer, but when he tries. But part of the way that he speaks is that he's ridiculous. Like, if you sit down and think about it, AI is ridiculous, but that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it good. It's how stupid it can be at times. Like, Date watching a woman. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. Like, the reason why, like, some things are good because they're dumb. Like, in the sense of, like, the concept is ridiculous. Like, that's, like, Date watching a woman's bones using, like, his fake eye, who also has an AI intelligence, who munches him, who treats him like shit for doing that because he's horny about bones. It's ridiculous. But it's so ridiculous that you just have to take it seriously. Like, it's just silly, but it's a good silly, and that's the point. Like, it's why I think Danganronpa, for all that it has, is bullshit. Like, Danganronpa is very dumb, but in generally works and is very good because of the way it's dumb. Like, a lot of stories are dumb if you see like your ass on a chair and analyze them, because like the concept is dumb or the way they go about it is dumb. Like, a lot of things are just ridiculous by concept. It doesn't matter if it's ridiculous by concept. What matters is how do you work with that ridiculousness, and Uchikoshi is very good at it when he actually sits down and tries. He has his bad games, but in general, he has good games. Like, Zero Time Dilemma is not as good as the other Zero Escape games. Although, to be fair, he wasn't the only writer for that one. But that's it. Like, that's part of the thing. Like, it's so ridiculous that it should speak on the way that it's ridiculous. And that's one of the problems on this game. It tries to keep itself so grounded that it just doesn't work. Like, it's too grounded to be entertaining. And then, like, the most interesting part of the game comes right at the end. For a game that is particularly long. Unnecessarily long, even. Considering that it makes you do an entire run of the game where you end up in a bad ending no matter what you do. Which is not bad, but the common route is long. And then it introduces the idea of time looping, which is low-key implied by the flash forward thing that you have with plug hole at the beginning of each route when you start a new one. After the first one, after the first round that you finish with the bad ending. But it never makes use of that. Like, never makes use of that consciously. And it introduces a sanity system that makes no sense, because I've been talking to everyone every single time, and I've never been in low sanity. Like, my sanity has maintained itself pretty high, so the game wants you to talk to everyone, and talking to everyone all the time will give you your sanity back eventually. So there's no reason to have a sanity system. There just isn't. Because if you're gonna talk to everyone every time and you know which answers will give you more rapport, you will always get rapport events. If you have a rapport event, your sanity will go up. You're always safe. So a sanity system is completely useless. Never mind the fact that, I'm going to point out, it's kind of hard to lower your sanity if you're being very careful. And the only reason why you would not want to talk to people is to get their worst endings. Like, for the ending. Like, if you don't get like any friendship with them, they have like 3 different endings that they can have, but there's no point in that, because it gives you sanity and you need to talk to them anyway to, you know, get the keywords, and you don't always know which things are gonna give you keywords until you do a first run. So it's useless. The rapport thing might be useful, but I find it that there's no point. You're gonna talk to everyone anyway. Like, it only makes the game slightly longer, but it's the same shit. So this game fails beyond the problems with the translation, beyond whatever. It fails at what it wants to do because it doesn't know what it wants to do. Like, does it want to be a Danganronpa style dead game? It doesn't seem like it. Like, it's not an investigation game, not really, not until the end where you're really like doing like a Danganronpa kind of style trial without the bullets and the possibility of dying at the end, except for that one ending where he kills himself. It's not that. It's kind of a visual novel, but as a visual novel, like, the writing is very plain. It doesn't go into large, like, descriptions of the space or the characters or what they're feeling. Like, it doesn't do the novel part of a visual novel as well as it does the visual part, let's say. So I don't know what the game wants to be, and everything that it's trying to be, it's not good at it. Which, again, AI The Somnium Files is good, it's peak. I'm not gonna compare it because it would be an unfair comparison, but AI The Somnium Files, as ridiculous as it is in concept, as silly as it is sometimes, and as dumb as it can be, because it can be dumb, it is consistent, the gameplay is consistent, it tells you what it needs to tell you consistently, and in general it's just good because of that consistency. Is the inconsistency here that kind of, I don't understand it, like, because they didn't settle down for the Danganronpa investigation dead game shit, but they also didn't exactly settle down for a mature, let's call mature visual novel where people just happen to die incidentally and you're supposed to figure out who done did it. Like, it exists in this in-between where they didn't commit to anything, and I find that to be a problem. And you know what makes me believe that they didn't commit fully? The fact that you have this scene where they're making, like, the little, like, map with the little, like, pixelated faces and everything, like, that's straight out of Danganronpa. Like, when you have to talk to characters in Danganronpa, like, in the map they're represented with a little, like, sprite of themselves. The sprite design was even, like, reused for the end, like I was mentioning, it was reused for the ending of the Danganronpa anime, where the joke was that the characters that die that episode disappear from the ending. Like, it was actually pretty cute. It's a nice detail. So it makes me wonder if that was their original plan and they just didn't have the budget for it. Either because it would require more lines of dialogue, or it would require programming that they couldn't, like, get someone to do because, again, time and money that they just didn't have. Like, the bare bones of something that could have been a dead game are there, like an investigation type dead game, but it's obviously not, like, used to its full potential. So it gives me the feeling that maybe they just didn't have enough of a budget for it. But I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what's the point here, because you could tell this story without the dead game angle. You could also tell this story without this investigation gameplay angle. You could tell the story in a couple of different ways even that would still be compelling. It's just the way that this is told and the way that it is presented feel kind of contradictory to each other. And it doesn't help that the writing is not particularly good at times. And by at times, I mean most of the time. Like, the writer has been going very interesting now that we're at the end. And you have to go through, like, several hours to get to this. So, again, unfair comparison with AI The Somnium Files, where it's a good game. Like, AI The Somnium Files is silly, but it's consistent. And the silliness is entertaining. So it does a good job to keep you entertained while you play it. So you're constantly being like, okay, what the fuck, dude? Like, what do I do with my life? Like, and here it's like, I don't care enough about the characters for it to matter to me. Like, the characters just don't do anything to me personally. Like, Duyun is the most likable character, and that's mostly because he's the protagonist and a failed fanboy. Hyuk is entertaining now because we discovered that he's fucked up. Like, he's extremely fucked up with gigantic mommy issues, and that makes it interesting. But like, Haseyoung, barely at the end he got interesting, and that's barely. Cell was never interesting, Ina is just kinda there, and Yu-Young, she's fine, but like, she's also kinda there. So, there's two characters in the entire plot which kind of are interesting, and they're probably the most important characters in the plot. But you already know how the plot goes, because you have the first run of the game that forces you into a bad end, which outright Hyuk tells you, yeah, I did it, I did the murder. Like, Hyuk outright tells you that he did the murder. So, that's already a giant mistake. Like, you already reveal all of your cards. Like, as a mystery, it doesn't work because you're constantly already aware of what happened, because the first run of the game tells you what happened. Like, there's a lot of issues here that they're not unfixable is the issue. Like, the concept and the writing is not so terrible that there's nothing to fix. Quite the contrary. There's a lot that could be done for this game to make it good. Like, I could think of at least 3 or 4 things that would already fix this and would make it more bearable. But like, there would be a lot to fix. But then, like, in that sense, like, again, comparing it with Ochikoshi, because visual novels with a lot of gameplay, like, Zero Time Dilemma has a lot to fix about it, but it is it's a generally compelling and enjoyable game up until it starts doing a lot of the bullshit that it does, which it doesn't happen all the time, and it's still a good Zero Escape game. It's not Virtue's Last Reward, but it's not a bad it's not a bad Zero Escape game. AI The Subject Files is consistently very good. And that's it. Like, it doesn't need anything to fix about it. Like, there's nothing that I would say, yeah, I think they should have done this and that would have made it slightly better, which I can say about Zero Time Dilemma, because again, Delta's complex motives, whatever. Whatever, sweetie. You do whatever you want, Gorge. This game, on the other hand, is like, there are so many points where I just wish someone had grabbed either the writers or the producers by the shoulders and been like, no, you can't do that. That's a bad idea. Because there is a lot of things here that are bad ideas. Or, I guess they're not bad ideas. They're good ideas, but they're either not properly executed, or they're ideas that should have been saved for a different kind of game. Like, this game would have been better if it was just a straight visual novel. Like, no gameplay other than the visual novel part. Just, I feel like it would have been better that way. Like, it could be a kinetic visual novel too. Like, it doesn't have to even be like a normal visual novel. Like, just make a kinetic visual novel and send me right to the true ending. I don't need the other paths. Like, it would have worked pretty well as a kinetic visual novel, but visual novels don't get as much respect as you would expect, which I hate. We hate to see it. Like, visual novels were always kind of treated like shit by quote-unquote gamers, so I don't know if it has something to do with that. But it's a waste of potential of something that sincerely has potential. Like, the art is good, the writing is sometimes is very good, but generally is mediocre. Like, there are some moments where I think the writing is very good, and then there's like a couple of moments where it's good, and then for the most part it's mediocre to acceptable. The music is excellent. It has an absolutely banger soundtrack. This game has one of the bangest soundtracks I had in a while. Like, this is a banging soundtrack. And like the story, like the conceptual story that it's there is not bad as a concept, but there are issues here, like, because it's 2018. Like, this is a story that happens in 2018, and a lot of the things that they do and say does not look reasonable for 20-something people in 2018. Not enough Harambe memes also. There should be at least one. I know this was written in Korea. I don't know how popular Harambe memes were there, but there should have been at least one. Come on, guys. It's Harambe. But like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how old the people writing these were, but I feel like they were a little too old, and they should have consulted with younger people who know more about the thing that we're talking about. Because yeah, conceptually this makes sense, but it feels unnatural. You know, when you read someone's writing and the characters are talking and they're talking a way that doesn't feel like how people talk usually? Like, you know when you're reading narration in first person and it feels weird because people don't generally think like that? And not even in like, I was reading a tweet by a famous artistic writer and erotica expert, Chuck Tingle, the other day, and he mentioned for the two horror books that he wrote, and this is important, this makes sense in the conversation, he mentioned that one of the things that people complain about in his narration for, I think it was Camp Damascus, so the main character is an autistic asexual woman, and or was it a teenager? No, I think she was over 20. So she is accompanied by another character the entire time, and she even mentions him by name or by calling him my friend. And people mention that that's very uncommon. Like, there were some critics in where people, Goodreads, some other places where people critic books, who said that it felt unnatural. And he pointed out that it's very common for neurotypicals to think about their friends only in name and not as, oh, my friend who happens to be that person, or like my family member who happens to be that person. Like, that's not a thing that neurotypicals do. They just think about the name of the person, which explains a lot because I'm really bad with names. I usually think about people like as that person who is that person because I'm bad with names if I don't get used to them after a certain amount of time. So, what can you do? It's autistic brain. But like, it's not even that kind of unnaturalness where you can arguably say that it's caused by the type of character the character is. Like a valley girl who says like all the time, like that kind of stereotype where like the language looks like unnatural, but it's intentionally unnatural because it's just the way that that person talks. It's like just dialogue that feels like no one in their fucking lives talks like that. That is what this game makes me feel about the characters. It's not that they talk weird. It's not like there is a disconnect between what I expected of a 20-something-year-old in 2018, which I was a 20-something-year-old in 2018. I was, in fact, like 26. Like, I was Do Yoon's age when I was... Do Yoon is like 24, 20... Yeah, I think he's 24, 25. I was Do Yoon's age when it was 2018. So my expectation of how they relate to technology and the things that they should be able to know and should be able to infer, like, my expectations do not mesh with what the game is telling me. The game is telling me something that makes no sense to me as a person who was that age in 2018. Even if we put into context that it's in Korea, it's a completely different culture, there's a completely different bunch of stuff, but a lot of the logic leaps that they do make no sense. Or rather, there should be some logic leaps that they should be able to do, like the VPN stuff, which to me make no sense. Because what do you mean a bunch of 20-something-year-olds don't know what a VPN is? And Yu, who is canonically mentioned to be into technology, has to explain that to Duyun. I mean, I guess to Duyun is fine, because his character is technology illiterate on purpose. But the rest of the gang should be perfectly aware of what it is, and they all should be in agreement about what happened. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't mesh. And I think also part of the issue with that is that the game forces you to talk to people about the same topics over and over again. And I feel like if a topic is supposed to give you a keyword, it should disappear from all of your conversations afterwards. Like, that would be a solution. Like, if someone is supposed to give you a keyword for a topic, once you receive that keyword, if you're not gonna get another keyword from the same topic with another person, the keyword disappears entirely and you don't have to have that conversation with everyone. Like, that would save you a lot of time and would make it more bearable. Like, little things like that could make this game much better. But again, you would have to go and recheck the script, change a lot of stuff, reprogram a lot of bullshit. Like, I'm sorry that I'm just wasting time thinking about it, but I'm not a game designer, but I love game design and I love noticing what people do about it. And sometimes I come into games with an expectation and those expectations are not met. Or like, again, my issue with Ender Lilies, where like I expected more Metroidvania than Souls-like, and I had to get used that it was more Souls-like than Metroidvania, and that was fine. That was a me problem, and I recognize that was a me problem because my expectations were different. But this game puts expectations on you when you see the trailer and you see the screenshots, and the expectation is Danganronpa style murder mystery. And it never delivers that. Not really. To the point that it tells you who the killer is at the very beginning when you finish your first run. And that's probably the biggest scene that it does. Like, that is the biggest scene of this game, if anything. Like, it shouldn't give you an initial run where the ending involves knowing who the killer is. Because even if you associate Hyuk's murder with Haseyoung, if he killed Haseyoung and you talked enough with him, you would naturally consider that he also killed Seungyeong because her death doesn't seem natural. That's it. That's the entire thing. So you already know going onto your second run who the killer is, and the second you know who the killer is, you're fucked, because why are you playing the game anymore? Like, just to know how it ends, but you're not gonna care. Like, you don't care about the mystery. It's a mystery game. That's what's supposed to make you care. AI The Somnium Files is a good mystery game, because technically it's that, because you never know until the end who it is, and it throws you a bunch of people who have reasons, and who could have done it, maybe, and you can kind of figure it out at some point. Like, at some points, you have enough information to figure it out by yourself. But the game keeps you guessing enough that you're still playing, and it eventually either proves you wrong and right. And that's what a mystery game is supposed to be doing. It's like a mystery novel. Like, I'm thinking back on Raging Loop. Like, what is it? I think it's the second loop. Yeah, it's the second loop, where like the game can give you enough information for you to figure it out who the wolves are on the second loop, and you can realize that. I'm paraphrasing the video on Raging Loop that I watched. You can figure it out hours before Mr. Protagonist Peaceman does, which I still love that it's just Peaceman the entire video. You can do that hours before that happened, because the game is giving you enough information, but it keeps you waiting, it keeps you guessing, and that's a good mystery game. And Raging Loop is a traditional visual novel. Like it's a much more direct visual novel in comparison. Like it doesn't have puzzles really. It's not Virtue's Last Reward, which expects you to solve puzzles. Is none of the Zero Escape series. Like, and this is technically closer to Zero Escape simply because the investigation part is like a puzzle. You're supposed to figure it out. But it's not good. It's not a good puzzle. It's not good. Like, I'm wasting time talking about it because I wanna know how it ended like this, because this clearly has potential. This clearly has something going on with it, and maybe I'm overanalyzing the entire thing. Maybe I'm just taking it too seriously because I like game design and I think it's very interesting, but I have sincere questions onto how this happens. I have sincere, honest questions as to how you end up with a game like this. Like, I could write the script for a 2-hour fucking video essay on this game simply because I'm trying to understand what is wrong with it. Beyond the obvious. Like, was it a lack of budget? Was it like unexperienced writers? What was it that gives you a game that ends up like this, where the mystery is already not a mystery? Like, your mystery game does not have a mystery because it tells you what the big reveal is at the end of your first run. The first run that you do that is supposed to end with a bad ending. Like, you know, in AI the Somnium File, so you go through the game and it happens the same in Zero Escape, but like, you go through the game and you always get to like a certain point, even on your first run, even if you know what you're doing, you always get to a point where like there's a lock and you can't continue, and it's like, well, bitch, you're gonna have to go and get like information from another route, so go get that scrub. And you're just like, okay, fine, bitch, god, I'll go do the other round, whatever. Like, and you do that, and then you get more information, that you figure things out. Like, even when you do that, the game never gives you all the answers. The game doesn't outright comes and tell you, yeah, that's how it worked. Until the end. Until you get close to the end. Close to the edge, like right by the river. Like, when you get there, then it starts throwing, like, the backhands at you and gives you information that you weren't expecting, and then it's like, oh god, I was right, or oh god, I was so wrong, what the fuck? Like, that's not a very replicable experience if you don't know how to write a good mystery. I admit, like, I couldn't be a mystery novelist. A horror novelist maybe. A mystery novelist, not at all. I don't have that talent. I'm not good at creating a mystery. I was never good at that. But I can recognize when there's an issue with a mystery. I can recognize when something isn't working. And this game commits, again, it commits the worst sin of a mystery novel. Like, beyond all of the stupid fucking laws about writing mystery novels, which there are some, like, there's like a list of like things that you shouldn't do with a mystery novel. Like, to write a murder mystery novel, including shit like, do not make it the butler is always the butler, and shit like that. But the one sin it commits, the sincere sin it commits, it's telling you who the murderer is at the very beginning. Like, it just does that. It does that at the very, very start. It gives you a first run of the game that you never can get an ending, except the one ending where the character who did it tells you that directly, and you can immediately piece together that not only he killed one of the people who are dead, he killed the second one. And that's it. And then everybody else either gets killed by someone else, dies in an accident, or kills themselves. And the only person left alive is Ina, who we don't even see in that ending. She's probably traumatized for life. But that's it. Like, Hugh tells you in that first ending, so there's no mystery anymore. Because again, like I said at the beginning, much earlier, if you know that Hugh killed Haesiang, and you wasted time speaking to everyone, which is recommended because you only know if one of your conversation topics will give you keywords, or it will up the rapport with people if you talk to them first. So like the guy literally recommends you to, in your first run, speak to everyone about everything so you know what gives you rapport or not. So the game wants you to talk to everyone, and if you talk to everyone, Haseon more or less tells you that he was sleeping with Seongyeong. If you kill Haseon for a reason, it might be similar to the reason why he killed Seongyeong. That's it. You got the mystery. You could show the killer, but then the reveal is, oh, but here's the actual master. That's another option. Like, again, like, there are solutions to this, is the issue. This game has solutions that could be taken to make it more interesting, or make it more compelling, or in general, just make it a more tightly held together game. But I feel that a lot of it just comes, first and foremost, with the mistake of how they're presenting their story. Like, there are issues with how it's presented, first and foremost, and secondarily, with the fact that the game just outright just tells you the thing. Like, it tells you the thing that is supposed to be important about the game. It's like, you know the submarine ending in 999? You know the submarine ending? Like, it's one of the endings most people get first. Like, in my experience, the submarine ending is like the second or third at most ending that people tend to get. Like, people just get the submarine ending very easily. Which is the point. Like, the submarine ending is one of the easiest to get, arguably. You never find out who kills you in the submarine ending. Like, you just see a shadow on top of Junpei's corpse as he floats in the water and goes down, and you never find out. You can infer from information in other routes, you can infer that it was probably Ace. Like, Ace is the most likely candidate to kill you. He's the one who has a motive, and then you find out about, like, the drug thing, that he could just be acting like he was, you know, out cold or dead. I don't remember how you find him anyway. And he can come behind you and kill you. Like, he is the most probable person to kill you in the submarine ending. But the game never tells you that. In fact, it never reveals who kills you, like, at any point whatsoever. But you can kind of infer it from information in other routes, even if the game doesn't tell you. And that's one of the things that is good about 999's writing. Like, a lot of the things that it doesn't tell you outright, it still implicates enough about stuff that happens in other routes for you to kind of guess what was going on, to figure out what was going on there up until the end, where, like, the game just kind of tells you, oh yeah, this is what happened actually. But again, it's the details, it's the presentation, it's the way that you tell the story that you're trying to tell. And the moment that your murder mystery is solved, that's the end of your story. Like, that's the main thing about a murder mystery. The murder mystery ends when you find the killer. Like, that's why most murder mysteries are like closed room kind of situation. Because if the room was closed, you have to figure out, first of all, how they entered the room, how they did the murder with the room closed, how they got out, and then who it could have been. Like, here you don't have that pleasure. Like, yeah, they're all stuck together in the same place, but you can more or less infer that the only people who could have killed someone are the people inside of the destroyed building. So from there, it's just process of elimination from the information you can get. It's not a good setup for a murder mystery, but it can be done. It's just, again, the game just tells you directly that it's Hyuk. The game just tells you on the first run. If that first run didn't exist, I feel like that would have been more interesting, because the one thing that I think this game has on its favor is that Hyuk, of all the characters, is probably the most likable beside Dooyeon, who's the protagonist, so he's expected to be likable. So you don't want to believe that Hyuk did it, because he treats you right and he's likable and he's generally not there to backstab you. The game tries to make you care about him, and it does a mildly successful job, I feel. But that's the point. If he's the killer, which we know, and he is likable, that works against Duyun, because Duyun wouldn't want to incriminate him. So then you get a very interesting plot with a man realizing that the person that they like this friend that they have, hashtag yaoibait, this friend that he has actually is the killer of this other group of people that are around him. Like, he just gets more and more information that makes it more and more obvious, and he has to grapple with the emotional weight of, should I put this man on trial? Like, should I tell this man that he's a criminal? Like, should I say it out loud? Like, that's very compelling, actually. That's very interesting, but that's not where the game is going. But it would make it much better. That's the thing. Like, this just became me trying to fix Verisar. Let's be honest, this is just me trying to fix the game at this point. But I feel like that's a good way to fix it. Like, rather than just put you in a first run where Hyuk admits it, throw you out right at the game. Like, just put you in a normal run. Like, just send you into a normal run, and then by the end you're likely to make a mistake. Here's the thing, you're likely to make a mistake with something. So either you'll lose all your sanity, or you'll enter like the B route accidentally, or something else. It doesn't matter. Point is, you do something and you don't get the true ending, because it's likely that you won't get the true ending on your first try. And then after you get the true ending, like when you're seeing, the cutscenes and shit, you will notice the weird Dutch angle for like Hyuk's sprite on the hospital. Like, you will notice the weird Dutch angle, you will notice the weird conversation, you will notice that, and you'll start to realize, oh god, I think he's the killer. Like, the game needs to keep the surprise longer. There should be an ending where Yaoibait kills you. Also that, where's the ending where Yaoibait kills me? There should be an ending where that happens. Like, that, like, I know that is because Hyuk says that he's never gonna betray you. I know that they're playing with that, but again, you need to keep the mystery. If you're killed, like, at any point, like, you give your back to Hyuk and then you get killed, like, you will be left with the question, was it Hyuk or was it someone else? Like, you need to give the people that. You need to keep the mystery going. You need to be vague. The game is not vague enough. Like, the game is not subtle about what he's trying to do. The Seongyeon romance thing, the game tells you outright. It's supposed to be like a reveal. Like, you only get Haeseong telling you directly about it if you 100% his report, like if you see all of his report events. And you have to go out of your way into having a good relationship with him for that to happen. Which, okay, fair. Perfectly fair. It can also send you to the B route, depending on how you play it. But that's fair. That's fair. But it makes no sense then that he implies so much about the two of them sleeping together, because when you have that conversation of him saying that he likes older women, you already figured out that he's sleeping or was sleeping with Seongyeon, because he had the attitude that he had when he saw her. He's been absolutely broken by her death. He mentioned that he likes older women. Like, the reveal in his report event that they were dating is a non-reveal because you already figured it out. If he was more vague about it, if he didn't tell you about his preference for older women, if he tried to keep it together that he's like absolutely destroyed by her death, if then he tells you that they've been sleeping together, that comes off as a bigger surprise, because you're like, oh, I mean, you were a little sensitive about it, but I wasn't expecting you to tell me that. Maybe that's unrealistic, but it makes for a better mystery, because you don't realize why he's being so, like, so difficult. It gives you more time to, like, ruminate stuff instead of the game just telling you about it. Like, that's the thing, the game is not subtle about what it's trying to do. I point out again the dodge angle for the ending scenes. Like, Hyuk is the only person in a dodge angle. Why would you do that if you're not trying to tell the people that he's a killer? Like, you said it at the beginning and then you're not trying to hide it. And what's the point of having a murder mystery if you're not hiding who the murderer is? Like, that's the basic issue that I have. You have a murder mystery. You're not supposed to reveal the killer like that. You're supposed to give me time to try and figure it out. You're supposed to give me clues so I can figure it out. You're supposed to slowly give you the idea of who it could have been. And like, again, I point out the I think I'll nap. Fair. I'm just gonna finish this. I'm just gonna get on. Like, like, I have so many issues with this game is the issue. Like, I just can't deal with it. I just can't. Like, hi Graham. You missed like an hour of me just talking about how this game could be fixed. Also, we're gonna get the true ending.
그런 말을
Yeah, whatever. Okay. True ending. Let's see.
배신한 대가를 치르게 해달라고.
Dude! Okay, I like that animation, but what's the point of that? Like, do you see the sanity animation? That was good. What the fuck? Like, you saw that? Like, see what I mean? This is so aesthetically good. Like, there are some moments that are actually sincerely good in this game, and it's for a game that doesn't do its job right. Oh god, I wish I was. Oh, I wish I had an edible.
죽든 말든 내버려두고 진실은 내 입으로 말해달라고?
Yeah.
내가 배신자가 아니라고?
Great aesthetics used poorly. It's more than just great aesthetics used poorly, but a bunch of it I would say that it's good aesthetics used poorly, like good soundtrack, good character design, generally pleasant presentation, good background. The animations are all smooth when there's animation. Like, it's good. It's good. It's incredibly good presentation with a story that it could be better if you just had like an editor, like if you had a couple of people actually editing the shit. Come on, bitch. Come on. But I chose the right thing. But I chose the right thing for the true ending. What the fuck?
언니, 안 다쳤어? 난 괜찮아.
As I stood up, their watches began to flicker. The signal was back, and the fire comments were pouring in like crazy. Wait, this isn't Duyun's usual narration. The rescue team were procrastinating until Hessian's fate is unknown. Now I don't care whether they enter the fallen structure. Singyun and Cell died, and Hessian died, and Hessian's score is 2 kills and 1 death. He must file a lawsuit against the rescue team that failed to rescue survivor WBS that took no actions against Seongyang and those who possessed malicious comments. Only Haseon had to die. I mean, he's not the only one dead. Haseon finally got what he wanted. He's now on TV all over. What the hell? Why are they broadcasting the rescue operations live? They want to turn our attention away from something?
기억이랑 도윤이는?
In the Crumb building, she had to control her panic attack. I'll be super happy to see you alive. Please come out of there safely. You got her alive with that panic attack. If she has a conscience, she should admit to her lies and then make a sincere apology to fans. Stop making fans for let's walk a flowery path. That is such a weird thing. That's just so weirdly translated. Oh, her boyfriend will be happy. Oh, her ex-boyfriend. Lol. Anyway, I don't give a shit.
두 사람 다 안 보여. 설마 아니지?
You can experience all bad things for a few hours, but if she's not hurt, I'm really happy to see Ina again. Just ignore all haters that spread false rumors about her past lies. Go for it, Ina. She exploited Seongyang, Sel, Haseon, and whoever was needed to survive. She's thick-skinned. So what was her? Which one is correct? Is she with the floor director or not?
잔에 묻혀버린 건
Oh hey, they became buried stars. Hee hee. The two ran toward the collapse site.
있어.
Yep, they're buried. Oh. Yay, mate! Yay! 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 Yeah, my honest reaction to that. If anything happened to Hyege would have been a great national loss. I guess Byung Lee watch over him from above. No, his dad is a piece of shit. Survival is an unavoidable fate. I'm counting on Hyege until the end. I was super nervous at the end. I like fate. Hyege is alive to us. What a shame. I could see his true colors this time.
까라고 그래.
Gay.
도윤아,
You called him Duyun once. Would he kill you to do it again in this moment, like a motherfucker?
형, 틀렸어.
Gay. Oh, that's a good CG for you, Han. One night feels like 10 years. I can't believe it's near the end. Please come back in one piece. Now that the producer is dead, there are no one left who knows about Duyun's betrayal. We need to investigate Duyun. He deserved it. He hasn't changed a bit. He must betray again later. I mean, I would hope they kiss. At this point, the game should do something for me. Wherever you go, you create a problem, right? What did you do this time? Please come out safely. I viewed my ass. It's gonna kill everyone, dude. Lol. We are looking at Pattern only. Please come out of there alive. We can restart together. Aww. Don't die. Get out of there alive. I'm waiting for you. You can't die without my permission. Plug hole? Why are you like this? Because you want me to plug your holes? Slut? Like, look at this shit. What the fuck, plug hole?
형이 믿던 거 아예 처음부터 틀렸다고.
Also, Grim, don't worry, I'm reading what you're saying, but also I don't know enough about Code Geass at this point in my life to follow along too well.
나는
Look, I'm not gonna fuck you. I mean, he wants, but what can you do? What? Really? We're bringing this back? See what I mean?
자, 대답은?
That was good! Like, that would be so good in a better written game. This is why I spent like an hour talking about the issues with this game. It just drives me insane with like the weird choices.
저한테 뭘 기대하세요?
Also, hi bitch. I'm glad that you're dead.
좋게 봐주시는 건 감사하지만 그럴 순 없어요.
사이좋게 손잡고 집에들 가시겠다. 깡따구가 뭐 이래?
Delicious coffee.
밴드 멤버 지키겠다고 기껏은 데뷔 찬스도 깠다며?
Yeah.
그걸로 네가 얻은 게 뭐야?
I don't know.
깽판 넣은 고인물이라는 명예? 안 팔리는 밴드의 영원한 창립 멤버라는 진정서?
God, girl, again, what's your damage?
한도윤,
Yeah.
여기서 추락하면 원래 있던 대로 떨어질 것 같아?
Yeah.
감당할 수 있겠어?
감당한다고요?
What's that supposed to mean, girl?
그래. 마스커레이드가 벌써 애저녁에 깨졌다는 걸. 다시는 옛날로 돌아갈 수 없다는 걸. 우리 둘만 입 다물면 여기서 무슨 말이 오가는지 누가 알아?
Ma'am, did you also seduce me?
쇼가 끝날 때 넌 더 이상 배신자가 아닐 거야.
I don't like this woman, beyond the obvious. I just don't like her.
내가 오명을 벗겨줄 테니까. 모든 건 결국 쇼의 일부야.
Why are you so freaky? I'm done here. You can go now. You were the only member of the band to stand out during the audition. There is no more place to return. You want people to applaud you. You want more love from them. You want more recognition from them. You want to be rich. I'm done here. You can go now. Oh, that passed weirdly fast.
제가 잘못 생각했어요. 가봐야겠어요. 끝까지.
Okay, so in his mind, he actually did betray them, even though. Okay, whatever. Well.
좋아, 이제 말이 통하네. 발에 걸리는 건 눈 딱 감고 차버려.
God, why are you such a bitch, Seung-young?
참 혼자 보기 아까운데.
Some of the best things in life are things that are not working and are worth, like, fixing. God.
배신자의 탄생.
Yeah, Grim, it feels like you're having a good time. Wait, Cold Mentee's back? Now that I care about. What do you mean Cold Mentee's back? Like, I'm sorry. You got me like a light in the flash. What do you mean Cold Mentee's back? Oh my fucking god, I'm gonna have to check that after the stream. What do you mean Cold Mentee's back? You're killing all the wrong people. So, what you're saying is that I should blow shit up. God, I miss Codeman. Now I'm excited. This is the best news I had in a while. Sorry, I just can't help it. You're telling me Codeman is back and I'm having a moment.
알겠어? 난 배신자야. 닥치고 있었던 것뿐이야.
For that, episode 17 was an April Fool joke, then episode 18 came out. Oh my god, thank you. That's... Boy, I need to watch that. Oh, I'm gonna watch it immediately after I finish this shit.
멋대로 하는 그따위 기대는 못 맞춰.
Doyoon, you didn't kill 3 people. Shut up.
대체 왜 그랬어? 왜 그런 거야?
Because he's gay.
형을 구한 게 내 유일한 위안이었단 말이야.
Gay. Aww.
난 배신자로 살 거야. 또 속일 수가 없어.
There, somewhat bet this bastard.
형도 알잖아. 다 속여도 자기한테는 그럴 수 없다는 거.
Yeah, the yaoi baiting is going strong. It has a joke about fucking TV and streaming networks and Die Hard having left one to work for the Black Knights. Incredible.
다른 사람을 죽이고 자기까지 파묻으면서 어딜 도망치려는 거야.
Off script random Hocus Pocus 2. Okay, I'm really excited now. That sounds great. God, I love Codement. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. I could almost go through this game again. No, I can't, but I'm gonna have to for the Route C. Yun buried his head as if he was collapsing. His forehead bumped against Hugh's chest over and over. Gay.
살아서 갚아. 죄를, 무게를 견뎌.
Yeah, so then once he comes out of jail, like once he comes out of jail, you can like be yaoi bait together again. Gay.
사는 거야. 제발 살아 형.
Like, I'm sorry that I'm talking over the,
진짜.
you know, the dramatic voice acting. I'm just losing my mind. Like, gay. Gay. Just gay. Gay. Just gay. 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 The light pouring from the ceiling was so bright that Hugh had to close his eyes. People were running towards Hugh along with the rescue team. The sounds of sirens and loudspeakers began to diminish. Hugh could clearly feel the warmth of his body, heavy breathing, and the pressure on his chest. This bitch is gay, good for them, good for them. Yeah, and one killed 3 people. Good for him. The weight, warmth, and breath of a person. A voice was heard. I was first among the top 5. Hugh, the one who was closest to the throne, was forced to live his quasi-glorious life under the expectations of others, but in the end he couldn't sustain the weight of his own life. One month later, for the 4th time in this stream. Duyun couldn't stand lying in the hospital bed all day. He got out of the hospital room and went to the corridor. Again. Again. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. His head cleared as the stiff muscles seemed to ease up a bit. Tui. He watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident. Party Stars, the survival edition show, was to be continued for some god awful reason. The stage collapse, murder, several disciplinary actions against the officials, arrest of the offender. The unprecedented bedlam put the program at the center of national attention. Oh yeah, I saw the I saw it on Steam, the FNAF game. It looks fine, although I'm probably not gonna play it. I'm waiting for the new clock, the remastered clock tower to come out. Really, I want that to come out so much. WBS shows a strong will to resume the show at any cost. It is an actual game, which is wild. Yeah, I know, right? It looked like a game. Dion decided not to join the show. He could no longer participate in the show. More importantly, he didn't want to. The contestant who saved the murderer, the scumbag who betrayed other survivors just like he betrayed his own band members. People hammered him with criticism and murder threats. However, the blame didn't last long. When they heard an announcement that the audition would continue, Dion was soon forgotten by the public. Damn. The protection measure interrogation also ended by that time. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help, which again makes no sense in this route as well, because he didn't get his legs hurt. That only happens in one route. I love when a game has arcade machines and you can play them at the arcade machines. That's always fun. After recovery, Yoon sued the CEO of her former agency and the entrepreneur who had tried to solicit her. The ex-members of Beloved began to voice their opinions regarding the matter. Although some were not favorable to her, most people supported her brave decision. However, there was a rumor that most agencies were hesitant to sign her. They were trying to ditch this whistleblower. Yoon didn't give up. decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars, which was scheduled to resume soon. The crowd applauded her unyielding spirit that still shone through the tragic accident and the collision of many agencies.
그게 네 선택이라면 어쩔 수 없지.
Ryun in these routes suffer less physical damage than me after heart surgery. He took a month to walk, I took 2 days. Oh, drainage tube. Ooh. Well, I'm glad that you heal rapidly for that.
그래도 괜찮아?
Although, to be fair, there is a route when his legs get fucked up, and it makes sense that it would take him a month to walk. It's just not this route. It only happens in one, and they never clean that line from any of the other endings.
네. 오디션에는 이제 안 가요.
I think that's the funniest part.
그리고 솔직히 영희 누나랑 붙어서 이기고 올라갈 자신도 없거든요.
Like all of the endings have that line.
한도윤
If it's the A route, which makes no
상황
sense.
파악도 잘 되고
사이즈 나왔죠. 아시잖아요. 제가 또 판단력 하나는 먹어주는 거. 누나 같은 용기 저한테는 없으니까요.
The two of them fell silent for a moment. The murder at the scene. The others who couldn't make it out of there were still living in his mind.
그래 조금 아쉽네.
I literally only took 2 weeks to go home after surgery because I had a slight fever and they feared it could be an infection of some sort. Damn. Yoon stared at Doyoon for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Doyoon choked up when their eyes met. You should thank her.
도윤아 고맙단 말을 해야겠어. 같이 거길 빠져나오면서 날 괴롭혔던 것들과 싸울 마음이 생겼거든.
If you thank him, you should thank her.
간지럽게 왜 그러세요? 붕대하는 글지도 못하거든요.
젓가락 같은 걸로 어떻게 안 돼?
그럼 밥은 뭘로 먹어요?
With a different chopstick, obviously. Yoon smiled and lowered her eyes.
우리 다시 볼 수 있지?
저 아무데도 안 가요. 아니지. 아직 아무데도 못 가요.
Ooh. She picked up her bag that was sitting next to the bed. Yoon turned around at the door.
투표 해줄 거지?
병원 사람들 것까지 다 밀어줄 테니까 걱정일랑 마세요. 자, 누나. 얼른 가서 다 제껴버려요.
Sheet at angles of her dress. That I understand. If anything, like, my main fear about getting, like... She smiled and walked out of the door. Yoon prayed for Yoon to achieve her dreams. Like, the one thing that worries me about, like, finally getting the titties out is of all things, the drainage tubes, because I know that they put some of them for that too. Like, I have a sincere fear of that shit. Not gonna lie. Because they don't look pleasant. They don't look pleasant at all. Ina decided to drop out of the audition after getting out of the hospital because she wanted to get some rest in a quiet environment.
붕대 감고 난리가 났네. 미라야?
렌즈 뺐네. 파란 눈은 포기?
Ina blinked.
카메라 앞에 설 일도 없고 이제 생긴 대로 살 거야. 솔직히 렌즈 낄 때마다 눈알 빠지는 줄 알았어.
오디션 접었으면 이젠 뭐 할 거야?
Like, I assume that you don't feel them until they take them out, but here's the deal. If they operate you, you're fast asleep. Hopefully. Otherwise they fucked up. But you're hopefully fast asleep, you don't feel it. They don't put you to sleep with the drainage tubes. And I'm scared. I'm just a little baby who's scared of pain.
또 바뀌어야지. 내가 진짜 바라는 모양으로.
Ina's confident eyes began to lose their edges.
사실 아직도 자주 떠올라. 구조되기 전에 마지막으로 있었던 일. 죽은 사람들.
They met at the scene. After mentally shaken a countless number of times, they barely made it out of that hell. At the question if she was going back to Busan, Ina shook her head.
거긴 내 집이지. 근데 또 하고 싶은 게 생겼어.
I mean, I don't even have like a date for the eventual taking out of the TDs. Like, I would need to do a lot of things, and right now, public hospitals are not an option because of stuff, politics stuff. So probably not any time in the next 4 years. Maybe depends on how much she'd get worse politically speaking.
뭔가 찾아낸 거야?
나 무대 체질인 게 아니라 무대가 좋았던 거였어. 공부를 해보고 싶어졌어. 무대에 대해서. 도망치느라 공부랑은 담을 쌓아버렸던 거 있지?
Ina stopped talking for a moment.
이런 마당에 뭐 덕담해줄 건 없냐?
As Soo-yoon pondered what to say, Ina scratched her neck.
왜 멍 때려? 내 미모에 영혼을 상실했어?
방금 말에 어의를 상실했지. 덕담하고 말 게 뭐 있어?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the cool ass cars is the most important part. Inevitably prove that I'm built different. You really, really are.
네가 바라는 대로 잘 되겠지. 스스로 찾아낸 일이잖아.
그래 씨부릴 줄 알았다.
I'm built weak, so. Ina turned around near the door.
돌아올 거지? 무대로.
갑자기 인터뷰 모드야?
널 위한 무대 내가 까리하게 만들어줄게. 울적하다고 잠수 타고 그러지 말기다.
내가 다른 뭘 할 수 있겠어.
그래서 얘기하는 거야. 그래서. 퇴원 기다릴게.
Just like that, Ina was gone and she was forgotten from people's memory. Dion sometimes thought of her last remark when he saw her last time. He wondered if he would ever get to stand on one of Ina's stages. His heart began to race whenever he pictured that day in his mind. Sales notebook was released to the media to stir up the community. The background check, exploitation of the staff member who was harassed with mesmerized at the same time. There was an article about a publishing company contacting the family of the deceased. The company wanted to publish a book based on the story and the notebook in particular. The publication of the book was making steady progress while feeding people's criticisms and curiosity. One day, Duyun recollected a moment he had with Sale.
저기 제가 설 수 있을 거라고 생각한 때도 있었는데.
Sale had blurted out while watching a stage rehearsal. Duyun, standing right next to him, turned to see him.
그래? 베스타 해보면 어때? 아님 다른 방법으로라도.
Sale answered while staring at the stage.
알 때도 됐으니까요. 저기 서는 사람, 보는 사람 따로 있다는 거.
To think that his best ending, quote-unquote best ending, which only happens in Root B, is like he survives, he tells people about what happened, and since the police isn't doing anything, he goes to like the Twitter equivalent to get like mob harassed for what he did, because he doesn't think there's another way for him to atone. Fun. Duyun fell silent after hearing his self-critical remark. Could he have said something else back then? Duyun sometimes thought about what kind of response would have been better at the time. Still, it wouldn't be possible for him to undo what he had done or what had happened to him. Everything had already happened. Worrying and speculating were for the living. The song Haitian had performed during the final stopped the music charts for a while. The practice take he recorded on his smartwatch was also scheduled to be released after processing.
학폭가해자의 노래가 차트 상위권을 차지하는 세태에 비판의 목소리가 커지고 있습니다.
His scandal with Seung Young didn't have any further impact now that both of them were gone. Even Sale's notebook didn't stop people from paying their tribute to the young talent. There was some criticism that the deceased were being exploited for profit. Now that the controversy was at its peak, Haesian was the center of attention. The sad thing was that he was not in this world anymore.
이런 끝을 바라진 않았을 거 아니야.
Dion sometimes thought about Haesiang. He behaved for his own pleasure, threatened the others in rage, expressed anger and fear. One minute he was a sweet guy, and then suddenly he got all mad. Which was his true side. A cool egg. I love cool eggs. Dion shook his head. He knew it was hard to define a person's personality with a few words. Would he be able to get to know him more if he was alive? Everyone thought they knew Hesian, but he died leaving behind the mystery of who he really was. Hyuk was transferred to a detention center after the hospital treatment. Dooyeon met Hyuk, who was accompanied by a police officer on the day of his transfer to the police station. Their eyes met and Hyuk came to a halt.
도윤아,
Yeah? Dooyeon hesitated to answer and Hyuk put on a weak smile.
힘내.
See what I mean? Every other of this one with like the dodge angle, and then this one, not the dodge angle. It's like, yeah, we get it, game. We get it.
형,
Dooyeon spoke carefully.
미안해.
You can get all 4 Secret Sword Pokemon in Black too, including Keldeo. Yeah, I think you definitely can.
피디님, 혜성이, 세일이까지 해치고 끝에는 너한테까지 짐을 지우려고 했어.
Okay, but Yaoi Bait, if you kiss me, I'll forgive you. But you have to kiss me.
네 말이 맞아. 도망쳐서 여기까지 오고 만 거였어. 찾을게. 어떻게 죗값을 치를지, 뭘 해야 될지,
You could kiss me.
뭘 할 수 있을지.
You could kiss me.
그 사람들하고 남겨진 유족들, 날 믿어주던 사람들한테.
Come on, Yaoi Bait, try harder. He slurred the end of his sentence.
나도 찾아볼 거야. 이젠 뭘 해야 할지, 뭘 할 수 있을지.
He slowly nodded.
넌 잘 해낼 거야. 분명히.
The officer rushed him to move. Dooyeon spoke to Hyuk, who was turning around to leave.
무대가 무너질 때 내가 형을 구했어. 그게 형이 PD님을 제일 먼저 마주친 이유야. 시작한 건 나였을지도 몰라. 그러고선 마지막에는
Dooyeon, are you really blaming yourself for, like... God damn, they're Yaoi Baiting right now.
시작한 건 나야. 네가 아니야.
Kill 6 billion demons. It sounds familiar. Did it come a couple of years ago? Because it sounds familiar. I have the vague memory of the name.
마지막에도 마찬가지야. 넌 진상을 밝혀냈고 끝까지 나한테 진실했어.
Gay. Well, that's webcomic. Oh, then I'm confusing it with something different then.
내가 널 배신했던 거야. 끝까지.
I mean, yeah, I assume that if that's the name, it might be about killing 6 billion demons, which that would take a long time. He made an irreparable mistake after falling into the swamp of self-loathing and self-pity. He tried to run away towards his death without revealing the truth. I mean, to be fair, Seong-yeon was very good at, like, pissing him off. Like, I would probably have been close to killing her as well if she treated me like that. He was dragged out after being forced to leave, and he must face the things he did. The dead cannot come back. He has to live with this forever. People die when they are killed, as you know. Which is doubly funny considering that the remaster of Fate Stay Night just came out a couple of days ago. Hyuk left the corridor, dragging his long shadow with him. Hyuk confessed to all the charges against him after he was arrested. His family history spread fast to the public after Hyuk had revealed it himself. As popular as he was, the aftermath was unbelievable. Each of his fans had different thoughts and they went through fierce internal debates. The arrows of hatred and anger were flying everywhere. WBS released a newly revised contract to the media, stating that it would improve the mental care system for the contestants starting with the new season of Buried Stars, but we all know that that's a lie because it's a media company and they lie all the time. They also declared that investigating and broadcasting the private lives of the contestants without consent would be strictly prohibited. Sure. It was a hollow cry that was soon buried in the flood of endless gossip. Regulatory for betray is acquired. Music number bar fight at one point, which is how Alison Lenson defeats a high-ranking devil. I mean, I respect that. Sounds like something from Shadows of the Damned. Seong-yeon Shin, the chief producer of Buried Stars Season 4. Her brother tried to receive the insurance money and compensation, but their strange parents appear to claim it too. Their parents had gotten divorced long ago. The remaining family members quarreled with one another over the inheritance. Amidst all the conflicts, it was newly revealed that Seong-yeon had been abused and neglected for a long time since she was little. You cannot drink a sorority sister? I mean, that is true, as just as a line, that is probably very true. The media predicted a long and messy legal war among the family members. Then, they poured gossip about the tragic family history of the genius producer who died at an early age. Seong-yeon used to cook up other people's stories as she pleased to achieve her career success. What would she think about the gossip about her now? Dino was often curious about that.
한도윤?
Black hole? Oh my god, that's what you look like? I was not expecting that. As someone called out his name, he turned around to see who it was.
맞네. 화면빨 좀 받는구나. 실물이 더 별로야.
Okay, I like your voice. And also, what the fuck is with the stare that you're giving me? And what the fuck is calling me much handsome on TV? What the fuck, Black Hole? Like, my murder boyfriend is on jail. I'm not gonna get a rebound. Just saying. Don't get that close. Don't close to me. Don't do that. That's weird. The stranger took several big strides towards Yun. It was a stranger. No, it's Black Hole. It's literally just Black Hole. It's literally just Black Hole.
환자면 얌전하게 자빠져 있어야지.
I guess, but also no.
빨빨거리고 댕기면서 찾게 만드냐? 다리 아프겠으리.
But why are you making those why are you looking at me like that? Why are you like this? There was only one thing he could say.
누구?
I mean, I think the more correct line is who the fuck are you, but fair. Duyun is not the swearing kind. He looked confused at first, but surely came to an understanding.
왜? 우리 얘기 많이 했잖아.
Oh god, he has like a rat smirk. He has a silly rat smirk. Oh god, I hate that. Look, why are you like this? I'm gonna slap you.
하수창이라고 해.
Han, that's not the name that you gave me. Just Call yourself Black Hole, please. Sushang, Sushang. He tried to remember what the name meant to him. Yeah. It was Plug Hole. Why do you call yourself Plug Hole? Because you want me to plug your holes? Slut. It's a nosy guy who helped him throughout.
방송 안 타는 거 보고 조용히 졌겠다 싶었어. 나도 경찰서 갔다 왔다니까.
Damn. Okay. I love that he's still like shaded. We still don't see his private. That's nice.
여기는 어떻게 알았냐고? 다 내가 아는 방법이 있어.
I assume.
근데 여기 더럽게 멀잖아. 주차장도 만차야. 병원이 에버랜드도 아니고 왜 이런 거야?
What? I mean, it's a hospital. Do you expect parking space? His online writing style, verbal expressions, and facial expressions were all in perfect harmony. Yeah, he still wants me to slap him in the face. He came to visit Duyan out of nowhere and kept grumbling to himself.
이제 우리 얼굴 볼 때 됐잖아?
I guess? Is this a date? Are you asking me out?
동생 부탁도 있거든? 그것부터 좀 처리하자.
Alright, that's why you were helping me. What about your little sister? He fumbled for a bit, then took out a piece of color paper.
내 동생이지만 진짜 걱정이야.
Uh-huh.
오디션 배신자에서 국민 배신자에 오른 널 아직도 못 놓지 뭐냐?
That's not my fault, though.
내가 너무 의리맨이라 삐뚤어진 이성관을 갖게 된 것 같아.
Okay.
원래 자기 주변에 없는 걸 찾잖아. 그렇지 않냐?
Mm-hmm. Duyan involuntarily grabbed the paper.
이 색지는 뭐에...
In confusion, Duyan slurred the end of his sentence.
사인 좀...
Oh. He handed Duyan a pen.
아, 사인 좀 꼭 받아달래. 이름은 하수연이야.
Okay.
이름만 적고 잊어라. 외울 생각 마. 오케이?
I'm not gonna bang your sister. My boyfriend is in jail. Why are you being weird about this, Black Hole? He had no intention of memorizing it. He signed the color paper. For some reason, he couldn't refuse the request. He felt stupid signing the paper. Baby. Suchang quickly accepted the color paper when Duyan handed it to him. He put on a crooked smile.
와, 드디어 받았네.
저기 수창 씨랑 얘기해보고 싶었습니다.
Really, you're calling him Mister now?
수창 씨? 씨는 과일 안에 든 게 씨고.
You guys are so weird.
형이라고 불러. 노티나게 씨가 뭐야 씨가.
He was treating Duyan like a kid. He certainly looked older than Duyan.
그럼... 그게...
Duyan was going to visit him once he got out of the hospital. He wanted to talk about private things that the world shouldn't know about. He was the only person who was not one of the survivors but still deeply involved with Duyan's survival. Gay red question mark emoji. Would this sudden encounter make him dumbfounded? What should he say first? While Duyan was thinking, Sushang took out a piece of paper.
한도윤, 이거.
Uh-huh.
네? 아, 그게... 뭐요?
난 이게 아름다운 우정의 시작이라고 생각해.
What's with the CG game?
카사블랑카. 몰라? 영화 마지막 대사.
Gay giant red question mark emoji.
아, 진짜?
It's 2018. You know how many 20-year-olds have never seen Casablanca? Most of them. Okay, but then we never find out what's on the paper? Oh my god, this game. It was almost getting me there at the end. It almost got me by the end. It's like I was 5 seconds to actually give it a point. The fuck is with this game? The fuck is with it? I mean, nice looking credits, whatever. And they're using the song from the opening after the first run. Okay, that's fine. Sure. I'm just. It ends on a Casablanca reference. It just ends on a Casablanca reference, which I don't mind as a person who likes Casablanca, but why? Why? Like, I want a why. I want an explanation. What does it end like that? Why are they seeing that paper that he just, like, shows like that? Like, were they waiting for a sequel? Are they trying to sequel bait? Was that supposed to be a sequel bait? I'm just... I'm tired. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just... Why? Why? I'm just... I wish this was a good game. I think that's all that I feel. I wish this was a good game. Well... I wish this was a better game than what it is, because it could at least be decent. Wait, why is he holding a wheelchair on that one? Like, we've never seen him do that. Is that supposed to, like, are we gonna have like a post-credit scene? Is that what it's gonna be? Game. Hey, that was a new start. That might have meant something. Game. Game. This game gets like the worst out of me. It could have been a good game. It could have been an actually good game. This could have been a good game. Like, I still have to do the C route, and God, I'm gonna hate that, but this could have been a good game. I keep repeating that I went on a tangent for like 30 minutes about things that could be fixed about this game. And I'm just... Why? I wish I knew why it's like this. Like, is it a translation issue? Like, the translation doesn't work with the original text? Like, it's not, like, fully conveying what it's supposed to say? Is it just a writing issue? Like, there's clearly an implementation issue with, like, how you're supposed to, you know, do things. Like, there are some issues on the choices that they made on how they present the story, but that was the ending? Like, it's not even the issue of, like, oh yeah, we get to meet Plugghole, that's great. It's just like that. We don't, like, get anything out of that. Like, it's just... Why? Don't Anyu me, game. Don't Anyu me. Like... some of the choices in this game just I don't get it. I don't get it. True ending. Betray an arc troll. Alright, because it's us and Plughole. Because he's a fucking troll. Okay, I get it.
거 되게 질척대시네요.
Oh well, at least we got a post-credit scene.
날 또 어떻게 알고서?
에헤이, 네, 알겠습니다. 이렇게 딱 대답해주면 된다니까.
Wait, that voice. Gregor?
생각 바뀌면은 이 번호로 연락 줘. 알겠지?
Kinda sounds like him.
됐거든요. 그럼 이만.
야야야야, 저기야.
Oh god, yeah, that sounds like... Am I insane? Is that Gregor? Is that Gregor's Limbus company?
저기 어디요? 저기 왜요?
아니, 그러니까 생각을 꼭 해보라고. 어?
Oh god, yeah, it sounds exactly like him. Especially when he's close to doing the pirate voice. It kinda sounds like his stupid pirate voice.
야, 나 사자 아니야. 기자상 수상에 빛나는 이 시대의 참 기자야.
참 기자님, 조남이 뭐라고요?
아, 참 처음에 말했지. 저기야, 그 참 너 어른 말씀 허투루 듣는구나. 응? 내 이름은 서재.
누군데?
Okay, that was kinda funny.
뭐 귀찮게 하는 아저씨.
딱 오빠네.
Damn.
호수 같은 마음에 돌 던질래?
Oh, so she's the one on the wheelchair. Okay.
팩트 앞에서 감정에 호소할래?
안 호소했는데?
전화 뭐 일일이 대꾸해. 화끈치? 아, 다 커서 단호하지가 못하냐. 이런 험난한 세상에?
그만 갈거라. 해달라는 대로 다 해줬는데.
아휴, 뭐 미세하게 다시 보긴 했지. 잘했어.
그래. 그런 긍정의 메시지를 제시해달라는 거야.
This con question mark emoji.
계정 주소 알아내. 불러주는 대로 메시지 찍어. 페이터 써.
잠깐. 메시지 그대로 안 썼잖아.
그 정도면 재료 맛을 최대한 살렸지 뭘. 별로면 직접 하지 그랬냐?
다쳤잖아. 어떻게 거기까지 하냐?
또 있지. 사진도 내 거 보내. 사인도 받아. 얼마나 착하냐? 천사 아니냐? 천사네. 맞네. 대천사.
Okay, what's the context for this?
천국으로 돌아가고 싶지, 응?
I kinda like her.
아니요.
나같이 청순하면 초반 설득력이 약하거든.
Innocent. What is this? I mean, Echo that you have to do like the color thing?
오빠의 범죄 자상을 이용할 수밖에 없었다고. 하, 청순한 게 죄야. 얼마나 손해보고 사는지 몰라.
손해보험 들어야겠네.
Is being treated poorly? Damn.
어쨌든 아쉽다. 사인 직접 받고 싶었는데.
같이 가자고 했잖아. 데려다 준다니까.
아, 내가 좀
부끄럼이 많잖아.
Okay, I actually like her. Why is she not a main character?
다친 거 보면 놀라실지도 모르고. 직관 갔다가 다친 거 알면 그분께서 마음이 아프실 수도 있고.
Oh, so she was part of the audience.
그분? 그분?
This got no question mark emoji.
그래, 우리 도윤님.
Girl, bad news. My boyfriend is in jail and I'm not looking for a rebound.
도윤님 짱.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck is up with the color thing. The fuck are you doing? And also you're pretty. What the fuck? Why aren't you a main character? What? So they translated him just laughing into this entire line. I might need to talk with the people who, like, it's not that it's a problem, it's like it feels jarringly different.
아주 악플 페스티벌을 열었어야 했는데.
그거 참 귀에 쏙쏙 들어오는 발언이네.
수연아, 아니, 그게 아니고.
그게 아니면 뭐? 저거냐? 살면서 깁스로 맞아본 적 있어? 없지? 오늘부턴 가슴을 펴고 있다고 해도 될 거야.
I really like her. Why is she not a main character?
타임! 말이 그렇단 거지.
No. Kiki says girly. I support you.
그 가족 앞에서 편하게 가슴을 탁 터놓고 한마디 할 수도 있는 거잖아. 그게 의미는 없는 넋두리로다가 막 아냐? 아니냐고! 아니!
Violence. That's it. So like no context for that. Hidden end, secret entry. What the fuck? You can, yeah. Ominous rumors are there. Yeah, that's for the C route, which we're not gonna do now because we're past time. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just let me put the fucking, yeah. We're gonna end anyway. This game, I spent like 30 minutes complaining. It almost gets me by the end. It almost gets me, and then it has that whole shit. I don't even know what to say. Well, I didn't stream yesterday, so tomorrow we're doing like the C route for this shit. I'm gonna like speed run to the part where the C route starts, and that's it. We're just gonna finish that. Oh my god, this game is like the second that it gives me an opportunity to say something good about it, it's like immediately drops me. Immediately just makes me go, why the fuck did I even care? Why are we here? Why did I do that to myself? I regret every one of my choices. I promise to play something that doesn't make me want to like crawl into a hole and die next time. I promise that when this is finished, I'm playing something enjoyable. But anyway, we're a little bit over time, and we finished the A route, and we did all of the buttons on the way. So let's finish here before I lose what little sanity I still have left. Thank you everybody for being here. Sorry also that you were here to watch this because yeah. But anyway, have a good rest of your day, rest of your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow to end this fucking thing because we're doing the last route, and hopefully it's not as long as the A route. Actually, I think it's as long as the B route, so we should be able to do it as long as I get most of the stuff that I need to do to start the C route done before tomorrow. So it's fine. But anyway, thank you for being here. Have a good day. Don't get hit by a cast, I suppose. And I'll see you tomorrow for the C route and finally ending this game before I lose all of my sanity and I bad end myself. At this point, that's the only way to put it politely. I'll bad end myself. Have a good one. Bye, everyone.